Well, hey friends, Doppler Dave here, and your first alert weather team. We're launching a continuous stream of information. We've just had a tornado watch issued. We have a couple of storms on radar, and it really looks like about the next 3 or 4 hours we'll have storms in the southeast part of our area. Probably going to stay off to the east of Amarillo. We'll get to all that here in a few minutes, but it's time to let your friends know that, hey, we got the stream up. We'll have information throughout the evening. Still doing TV, don't get me wrong. I'll be on here at 6 o'clock, and we'll be able to see my weathercast there. But when I'm not on camera, I'll either do updates here or we'll hear from Sheldon out in the field. He's out with Scotty. We got Alex and Caleb also out in the Weather Atlas. So we have a couple storms that they're closing in on right now for some visuals. I'll be tracking them on radar. We'll toss it out to see what it looks like from those intercept vehicles. The whole 9 yards, just to keep you safe. So let's get started with kind of the setup. Temperatures warmed up around 70 degrees, a little more out to the west. So we have, just enough daytime heating, I think, to energize the atmosphere. The wind, well, it's either out of the south at about 15 to 25, or it's coming in from the southwest in the western part of the area. And that has really affected where the moisture is, where the dry area is. I mean, you can see just plain as day on this map. If it's green, you got some moisture. If it's brown, you don't. And that's the famous and well-known dry line boundary that just plays such a critical role in determining, first of all, where storms start, but also where they don't happen. So if anytime you're west of that dry line and you got that dry air and the west wind, you're not going to have severe weather. You're not going to have rain. If you're east of the dry line, where you have the moisture, that's where you at least have a chance of storms. And if other parameters are coming together, maybe severe storms. And that's kind of the case today. Now, here's our latest tornado watch, just issued within the last 15 minutes. It's a tornado watch, and it includes, I'd say, about the southeast third of our area. We start off around Lipscomb County. We got Hemphill County in there. Looks like we have Roberts and Wheeler County. We also have Armstrong, Donnelly, Collingsworth County. And then we also have Briscoe, Hall, Childress County. And we'll go ahead and include the extreme southern part of the area, places like Cottle County, Hardeman County, Motley County, and Floyd County. Tornado watch until midnight. We don't have any warnings for either severe weather or tornadoes right now. Scanning radar, though, we do have a little bit of action. These have popped up just within the last half hour. Nothing near Amarillo. We have 2 isolated cells that we don't have warnings on right now. The first one you see there, I'll kind of adjust the sector. Popped up around Lake McKenzie, weakened a little bit. Now it's strengthening again. On that trajectory, it's going to take it up close to Highway 287, somewhere around Goodnight. So we've got Sheldon up there. He'll be drifting out to the west of Clarendon. I assume that's what you're doing, Sheldon. You can tell us exactly here in a few moments. But we'll have 1 unit up there on that storm as it kind of zeroes in on 287 around Goodnight. The other storm has popped up around Turkey. It blipped up pretty quickly. That's moving to the northeast. I'd put it heading towards, say, Memphis. So we have our other unit out there with Alex and Caleb. They've been positioned in Childress. We'll see if they might drift back just a little bit and see if they get a little closer to that storm. Those are the only 2 storms we have at this time. So those are the 2 that we have. I will show you on this model run, and it's pretty accurate right there, I'd say. Looks like we get into the period from 8 to 9 p.m., probably the peak of our activity in our far eastern counties, from Shamrock down to Childress, and then quickly it's going to be an Oklahoma event as those move out. So a few hours here from now until about 10, maybe 11, and mainly in the eastern part of the area. Now, any storms that do develop are going to be capable of producing either a tornado, kind of a low risk there, but it's not out of the question. Some big hail and strong winds will be our primary threats. Wouldn't rule out some flash flooding. That's really going to come down to if a storm or 2 tracks over the same location. I don't think that's a big threat. So mainly hail and wind. Tornado wouldn't surprise us. We're going to watch for that. Now, need to point out also, and we're about ready to do the 6 o'clock news. We'll send it out to Sheldon here in a few minutes. Need to point out what happens tomorrow. The threat of severe weather as far as storms is going to leave us. Watch the wind. It shifts out of the west. It's going to pick up 20, 30, gusting 40 to 45 the further northwest you go. But the relative humidity is just going to be miserably low. That nice moisture that you noticed today, kiss it goodbye. it's out of here tomorrow. The humidity goes down 8% or less. And as blustery as it is, with all the dead vegetation there is, it's going to be primed for wildfires. So red flag warnings already in effect across much of the area for tomorrow. So active pattern today and tomorrow. Today it's storms in the southeast. Tomorrow it is going to be the wildfire threat. Okay, Sheldon, got you on standby. I'm going to kick it out to you. You take it for a while, and then I'll pop in during the news with an update. It's over to you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yes, right now we are currently heading south. We're just about to pull into Clarendon. Keep an eye, you were talking a little bit about that cell that's kind of popped up down near just off towards the south of us right now. This has been pretty much kind of the first action of the day that we've seen. Of course, you were talking about that tornado watch that's just been issued. This particular cell that we're looking at on your camera right there here from the Weather Atlas, this is just basically just straight south of kind of Claude. It's just barely pushed into Armstrong County. It's not severe warned yet, but it is definitely the most robust cell that we've seen here for the afternoon so far. So keeping a close eye on it, kind of getting repositioned to hopefully see what this is going to do. Is right now current storm tracks kind of have it heading kind of northeast, basically crossing 287, right just kind of a few miles southeast of Claude. And so, like I said, right now we're pulling into Clarendon, and then we're going to kind of track north up 287, try to get ourselves in a better position on it. So follow along. Like I said, this is kind of our first big action of the day so far. It's been pretty quiet up to this point. A little bit cooler out there, but the moisture content in the atmosphere is certainly pretty potent out there. So this particular storm obviously has a lift. As you can kind of see, it's got a beautiful, it's backlit right now. You've got the sun setting behind it, so that gives us a really good look at it right here. So once it gets kind of into that more moisture-rich atmosphere, we're going to be really curious to see what it does, because it is moving into that area where we do have that tornado watch that is currently in effect. So we're really monitoring this situation right now. So we want folks to tag along, see what we see out of this. Like I said, you heard Dave talking about, got the news at 6 starting here in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned for some updates from him. And in the meantime, we're going to stay right here. We're going to keep an eye on this cell. We're trying to get a little bit closer on it, because it is starting to develop maybe a little bit more of a stronger core than it had before. Obviously, no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, no tornado warnings either, but we do have a tornado watch, which means that a lot of those ingredients that might be needed are in place right now, and it's certainly not out of the question for us to possibly see some tornadic cells if these storms really get their act together. So this is the one we're watching right now. This is currently just south of Claude, and we're going to continue to get ourselves in closer position. I'm making some adjustments in here.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here with you. It's a first alert event tonight, so we have the first alert team engaged. We're tracking a couple storms out there right now, but here's kind of the latest. This is new development, tornado watch for some of the area, mainly I'll say the southeastern half perhaps of our area. Does not include Amarillo. It will be set to go until midnight. At this time we don't have any tornado warnings or anything that really appears to be close. A couple of storms though have popped up, and we do anticipate more down southeast of Amarillo. Here's the first storm, and I'll be back with an update. We'll track this closely for you, but it's south of Goodnight, not severe. Right now it's heading to the north towards Highway 287. There'll be some thunder and lightning in there, some brief heavy rain, and a similar situation. We had a little storm pop up over Turkey. That's heading to the northeast. Our friends in Memphis, it's probably tracking your direction. Conditions favorable for some strong storms, some severe weather. Haven't seen a lot of that yet, but we're watching and we're waiting. I'll have the absolute latest for you, and we'll talk about a fire threat tomorrow coming up. Right now, over to news.
So there you go. So you heard from Dave. He's getting ready for his main weather here in a little bit. Currently still tracking northwest on 287. Going to be heading towards Claude. Keep an eye on this cell right here to see what's going to happen with it. So keep tracking along with us here. We have a tornado watch until midnight tonight. get some things ready to go here on my end, just to make sure everything that's going to be going out online the way it needs to be. Let's see here. Thank you. So Wyatt, if you're in there, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. Weather 3 is all yours. Okay, making sure everything's getting put online like it needs to be. Crossing all the T's, dotting the I's, of course. Being detail-oriented here at News Channel 10. Like I said, it's been a quiet afternoon so far. Maybe a lot of folks, we were parked out in McLean for probably the better part of an hour, maybe even an hour and a half. Had several folks coming up to me wondering what was going on, was any storms going to be popping up, and like I said, we were kind of having to just wait. And that's just, you know, sometimes what we have to do here in the Texas Panhandle. And so, so far, looks like maybe some of that patience has been paying off here as we currently have this storm building. Now, is it going to continue to maintain? That's kind of what remains yet to be answered on this one. Like I said, you'll see right now, if you're watching our stream, you'll see on the bottom right, basically if you want to kind of keep up, you see that little cell south of Claude. Now, unfortunately, that loop on there, it doesn't look all that promising on there. It does look like maybe that core may be trending down a little bit. That's not necessarily to say that it's done. Doesn't mean that we're completely out of the woods on this particular cell, but this is easily the most robust one we've seen so far. You'll see maybe another cell kind of around Turkey that's kind of already hit its peak and is kind of trending downwards as well. And so with that, of course, we're going to be watching. I mean, the fact is that storms are currently developing, and that's, I think, noteworthy that we could be seeing storms continue to develop here as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon into this evening period. And so storms are building, so even though maybe this one might be trending down, who knows? It could re-strengthen. If it does continue to fizzle out and then it dies, that doesn't necessarily mean we're done. Maybe just that particular storm is done here for the time being. And so, of course, we're going to be keeping a close eye on it because we've got another team kind of down further off towards the southeast, kind of down closer to Childress. They're going to be focusing on that Kittiquay storm. And so they'll be letting us know if they see anything with that. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's much better.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Much cleaner. Much cleaner. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't love that one trended down, at least in terms of getting anything going, but yeah, it lost its little core as well. Did have a few flashes of lightning in it for a little bit. I think we're going to be hard pressed to see it really maintain.
Yeah. And there's down here.
Oh, yep, getting some things trying to bubble there.
Let's see.
Okay, there we go. All right, so sun's down, dipping down below. Yeah, that's the thing. Something Scotty just pointed out there for those of you watching our radar loop there on the bottom right of your screen. You'll see the cell that we're going after. That's just basically going right up between Claude and Clarendon right now. You'll see those just tiny little blips to the southwest of Silverton. You're seeing just a few of those small little specks. Now, nothing really noteworthy out there, but that'll be kind of what we watch for maybe more development. And so, of course, that's where we'll be really looking to see things really possibly firing up. So let's continue to stay tuned on that because that'll be maybe where our next focus is going to be. The sun's kind of blinding our shot a little bit here, but it'll keep getting lower. We'll keep an eye on this one here for you. Pull it up and see if I can keep an eye on Facebook and YouTube comments as well while we're out and about. so I see a lot of people in the comments asking about Pampa and Amarillo. So you're going to see Dave talking about the high definition model run here in a little bit. Yeah, I would say we're going to be pretty hard pressed in Amarillo to really get anything going. Pampa not out of the question. I'd say it's a little less likely that further north. Right now the air up that direction is just simply a little bit too cold to really maintain things, but as you can see, a lot of these storms are tracking kind of north-northeast, so if any of them were to maintain, Pampa certainly could be finding itself in the crosshairs. But if you're in Amarillo, you know, I wouldn't say with complete certainty that we're in the clear, but I'd say I'm pretty confident that we're really not going to be catching anything in Amarillo, so we'll continue to monitor for anything to build up. So of course, like I said, this is a good opportunity to stay tuned, stay locked in with the forecast. Dave will be giving you an update on the high definition model run data, but should anything change and all of a sudden Amarillo will find itself in the crosshairs of a storm, of course, with a setup like this, with all our chase teams out, and of course Dave there in house, we'll be the first ones to let you know. We'll be the first ones to be telling you what's going on, so make sure to stay tuned with us, and if anything does change, we will certainly let you know. Yep, I can hear you. Yeah, because it's kind of trending down. Is there a rest stop up here or no? Is it further up? There's one of those like roadside. Rest stops are always good to stop at, but if there's not one of those up here, we can turn around if you want. Because yeah, that one's really cycling down. Now, for what it's worth, for those of you watching at home right now, I mean, the storm track of this current cell that's south of Claude does kind of point it towards Pampa, but this storm's really going to have to get its act together here pretty quickly for it to make it that far north. So, like I said, it doesn't put you completely in the clear, but I mean, just looking at this right here, I mean, this is not a very impressive storm that we're looking at right now. Right now, Scotty, we're debating on whether or not we're going to even really continue to stick with this one or maybe reposition. So, all right, Dave's going to be doing his forecast here in a little bit, so stay tuned for that.
Weather to start kicking back up. Is it happening? I know at 5 we talked about a small cell working in.
As a matter of fact, yeah, we had a couple of storms pop up since we last visited. It's the first alert night, and I want to welcome our online audience. You know, when we get into severe weather like this, we stream continuously, so you can catch us on your streaming platforms or right here on TV. Let's take a look. It's a first alert event here tonight. That means we expect at least some hazards out there that can pose some dangers to you and your family. And that's when our family joins together and we cover those storms, pass along as much information as we can, like we said, to keep you posted. Live shot here from Childress, and you can see as we kind of look down to the south there, we see a couple of billowing clouds. There's no severe weather near Childress, but that's one of the areas that we're going to watch because that's where the moisture is. And there is a very, very plain demarcation right here that separates moist air and dry air. Dew points up near 60 there in Childress, 1 in Clayton. So we go from desert to pretty muggy air across our region. It's a classic dry line situation. This is often the environment that we have when we have heavy storms, or at least rain and sometimes severe weather. If you're on the east side in the moisture, well, you just might have a storm or two. If you're on the west side, forget it. You're going to have blowing dust, wildfires, and no storms. We have a tornado watch Not for all of the area, and not for Amarillo or Canyon, but just off to our east. Looks like it's about the southeast third or half of our area. This goes until midnight, and that stretches over into Oklahoma and down to the Red River Valley. Scanning around, and you can see, well, we have some limited action. There's a little storm just outside of our area up there in Ellis County. And here's what's left of a couple of storms that popped up here within the last hour. So the one that was down to the south is approaching 287 there. Sheldon's been reporting in to us that thing's kind of losing its intensity. And you can see it on radar also. It's kind of moving up towards Goodnight, towards Clarendon, and maybe a sprinkle around Clarendon, maybe a light shower at Goodnight. These storms have the tendency to go up and down in intensity, so we can't write it off for good. But here at the moment, looks like we've seen significant weakening. We also had a storm that popped up near Turkey there for a little while, had some decent intensity. That's winding down fast as the remnants kind of approach Headley and Memphis. And so far, it's about all we have. Another blip there, it looks like this is new, south of Kittiquay, just within the last 10 minutes. That's another storm that'll we'll watch for intensity if you're around Kittiquay, Caprock Canyons Park. We'll track that. If nothing else, a little lightning in there. Model run shows really the next couple of hours, it's the southeast that will continue with at least isolated to scattered development. And they're about 9 or 10 p.m. moving across Shamrock near the Oklahoma border. That's where the heavier storms will be. They're going to be out of here by 11 o'clock midnight. Now, real quick, next 24 hours, we have another issue tomorrow. The wind shifts from the west. We're talking 20, 40 miles per hour. The humidity just goes downhill all the way to about 8%. So tomorrow, we're back to a wildfire threat. Red flag warnings. It's always something, isn't it? I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll update the storms. We'll have more news and sports. Right now, we'll take a break.
Yeah. I think our signal overall is just... Okay, so there we go. Looking at some comments here, I see this Historia there on YouTube saying he thinks this is his favorite news channel from now on. I say welcome. In my opinion, it's my favorite news channel as well. We are glad to have you here. We have fun. We storm chase. Of course, we keep an eye on things happening around here in the Texas Panhandle. So glad to have you here. We're glad we're your favorite news station, and we hope to stay that way. So welcome to the party. Just heard the latest from Dave. Like I said, that cell there south of Clarendon is kind of falling apart, but we are seeing enough things. I mean, you'll see on that radar on the bottom right of your screen, you see all those little specks popping up. I mean, none of them are really all that impressive yet, but it does show that there's development occurring, and that is, I guess, promising when it comes to maybe seeing some storms pop up. So we currently kind of turned around. We're currently heading southeast down 287, kind of back towards Clarendon. I think we'll kind of position there and kind of wait and see which one of these storms might decide to try to pop up a little bit, because of course we want to make sure, you know, we don't want to commit too far in one direction and then miss out on something possibly bigger happening behind us, because like I said, that cell, as it makes its way towards 287, it's really falling apart. I'd say it would be even hard pressed to really even see any rain reaching the surface with a cell like that. Switch y'all back to our dash cam here. You can see what we see out the windshield. Like I said, not really much we're seeing there behind us. So currently heading southeast down Highway 287. We're gonna be pulling into Clarendon here pretty soon. Give you a better look as to what's happening here with some of those more cells that are gonna be trying to pop up hopefully here pretty soon, because we just got that tornado watch. That's in effect till midnight tonight. So be staying tuned for that so we can keep you up to date. Secondary unit there. Alex doing some cleaning. Earlier, Alex was doing some cleaning earlier on the cameras on the Atlas. Back on the road now. it's a busy day when you start seeing red lines start showing up on highways,
Middle of nowhere highway.
chaser traffic jams.
Oh, that's fun. From every angle.
Every possible conceivable.
Counted every right turn.
Yeah.
I'm real curious to see where those dots are. Just where those over here by the Oklahoma border.
Yeah, right there out south of Wellington. Some clusters, I'm afraid those are all going to pop and then they're just going to become a big just blob of storms. Yeah. Weather Service just saying basically the same thing we've been seeing. The cool air is winning. So if those of you kind of following along with us right now, that's been one of the biggest roadblocks and biggest hurdles is, you know, if you watched the early show with myself this morning, we were talking about the fact that the clouds needed to break and we needed to get some daytime heating in place because, of course, to destabilize the air, you really got to get, of course, that warmer air going. And it really just hasn't warmed up all that much. We're still getting some forcing in the upper levels. We're still getting some storms trying to fire a little bit. But the problem is they're moving into cooler air, and well, they just simply can't maintain in an atmosphere like that. And so, unfortunately, I think we're seeing a lot of these storms where they are popping, they are happening, but they're just not maintaining. I mean, look at this little guy right here. You can see this little one. I mean, sharp updraft on that one. I mean, it's trying right there, but the big question is can it maintain? I mean, it's really not substantial right now, but you're seeing the updrafts. The updrafts are there, but the air they're moving into has a lot of moisture in it, but it's a little bit too cool. And because of that, these storms are really having a hard time maintaining right now. So this is looking off towards the south. We're on 287. We're just outside of Clarendon. You can see all those clouds kind of bubbling. And so, I mean, typically in this kind of situation, seeing those storms pop up like that, you'd want to see those temperatures, I mean, probably pushing, 70s and, 70s and probably even 80s. You really want to have some nice warmth out in the late afternoon. And right now, I see about 67 degrees on our dash currently, and I'm afraid that stable air is really going to make it hard for these storms to continue to maintain. We're going to continue to stay on it, of course. We're not going to call it a wash or anything just yet, but it's a lot of these storms really do have an uphill battle ahead of them to really start to kind of capitalize on the atmosphere that's available to them right now. Let's look at our current.
Do you want to keep going down 287 down to Memphis, or do you? What do you think?
Yeah, let's go a little further down 287, see what's happening. You got that one south of Turkey. You've got those little speckles kind of out ahead of it.
Lakeview, yeah. Okay.
We can kind of see what they're going to do, but right now the storms have been popping and fizzling as they make their way north, which I don't love, but all right, sounds good. We got Doppler Dave here.
All right, friends, Sheldon out there watching some storms on this first alert night. I just wanted to go through a couple of developments here. Here's a live shot from Childress looking to the north. See a few cloud buildups, but no severe storms approaching Childress. We do, however, have a tornado watch, goes until midnight. No tornado warnings out there, but here's the latest on radar. As we scan around, you'll see some storms out in Oklahoma, and they kind of trickle down into the southeast part of our area. So I wanted to show you there. This is what we can see north of Childress, really just north of Dodson, close to the Oklahoma border, just off to the east of Wellington. Just a moderate storm there. No warnings for severe weather, but we'll keep an eye on those. Back to the west a little bit. Here's the stronger storm. It's kind of the second one to come up around Kittiquay. So expecting a strong storm into Kittiquay, some heavier rain, a little more lightning there. Small hail would not surprise me. That storm is going to drift north, it looks like, up towards maybe Bryce, maybe towards Clarendon over the next, say, hour or two. We're going to watch that. I'm back on in about 5 minutes to do some more weather. Right now, I'll kind of send it back out to Sheldon and give us the latest. Sheldon.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, just keeping an eye. This is looking south. We're currently driving through Clarendon right now. Seeing that little, what we call a cumulus field out there. You can see where, you know, the atmosphere is bubbling, if you will. That's where we're looking for storm development right now. The problem is we've been seeing these storms fire up. We've seen a couple of cells fire up and look pretty promising, and then they just, about as soon as they fire up, they kind of just fizzle. I'll say a couple of the things that I look at, just kind of looking at it right here, is you can see a pretty good updraft. But you kind of want to see what we call kind of hard edges on these clouds. You want to see those nice sharp, you know, kind of lines. You don't really want to see those storms looking a little more like cotton candy, those nice kind of fizzled out. Like you'll see at the top of that, that tells me right there that this storm doesn't really have very good upper level support. That updraft is not maintaining very strong at all. Where you see it kind of start to fizzle and fall apart, it doesn't look like strong growth to me. You really want to start to see those kind of hard edges. What I'll actually do, what looks a little bit better, is spin around here to the kind of the east. I'm going to spin back around off the dash here, kind of show you some good contrast of what good sharp growth looks like. This little cell kind of right over the top of Kittiquay right now. So this one right here, that one, we'll get this tree out of the way here. See how you kind of got those, it's not quite as fizzly and kind of thin. This one really has those kind of more, you know, hard lines on it, if you will. It doesn't look like it's, you know, been blown away by the wind. It's actually maintaining and fighting against, you know, that upper level kind of type setup that we're seeing. So seeing something like that, that's a little more robust growth right there. That's what we call kind of those hard edges on a storm. That's kind of what we want to see if we want to see stronger growth. You'll see a little bit peeking through right there. That looks like that's maybe just north of Childress, based on what I'm seeing on radar. That one's got a little bit more oomph to it as well. So those are the hard edges that we kind of keep an eye on. Let me just pan past this truck once we get past him here. Hold you in suspense there. There we go. All right, so these ones right here like that, that's not an inspiring updraft at all. That it clearly popped up at some point, but it's not being maintained. It's not continually growing. You'll see these right here behind us. I mean, not really much worth writing home about. So what we want to see is these updrafts form and then continue to maintain their strength. Right now, we're not seeing a lot of that happening here. This is looking to the south. We're kind of panning back to the east as we're currently heading southeast outside of Clarendon, down 287 right now. Like I said, this one right here, I think this one's out near Wellington on this particular one, I think. Kittiway is going to be south of us. That would be Wellington right there, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That'd be Wellington. So that one probably has the most impressive updraft of one I've seen yet. Now, for what it's worth, that one down near Silverton that we were originally repositioning for, that's what it looked like on the backside as well. Obviously, it's since fallen apart and is, you know, all but fizzled out entirely. So, can it stay good? That's what we want to see. So, we can see the updrafts forming. That's all fine and good. But the big question mark right here is, can they stay that way? So, this one right here, a little more robust. That's out near Wellington right now. And we'll pan back. There's one kind of right up near Childress, kind of peeking through the clouds. It's kind of hard to see. It's just kind of north of Childress. Right there, kind of hard to make out a little bit. So there's those two. And then, of course, like I said, anything south of us, kind of in wait-and-see mode. That cumulus field, there's maybe, what's that down off? No, it's not bad. Further south, I think that's our Kittiquay cell right there. That one's got a little more growth to it. That's a little more oomph. That's a little more of what we want to see with an updraft. There's still a few question marks. Those of you watching with us, keep tracking. we're going to continue to keep an eye on it because, like I said, there's still a lot of things that can still happen. The evening is still very much young here because I don't think daytime heating is really going to be our primary factor anymore. It's going to be what we call the nocturnal low-level jet. When those upper-level winds try to kick into gear as the sun goes down, maybe we could get that to kind of kick a few of these storms up, maybe flare them up a little bit, maybe make them a little bit stronger. That's going to be what we watch for next on that. But so far, just kind of in wait-and-see mode. See what these storms do as we go. If you got any questions about the forecast, put them down there in the comments. You'll be seeing Dave on with a full forecast coming up here in probably just a few minutes. If you got any questions for myself out here in the field, I'd happily answer those as well. So anything you want to know about the forecast, I can tell you something you can't see on the live stream is the smell of a skunk we just passed over. Somebody hit a skunk, and we can certainly smell that. Smell over the internet, which I think that's to the betterment of our audience. We don't want you to smell that. Oh, look at here. Pan back around to the east. Sun's hitting that cell over Wellington real nice. Our friends in the studio can hear me. Wait till y'all see this. Look at that. There we go. Best structure we've seen all day. Good solid updraft. Say that again? Yeah, that's the Wellington storm where we got eyes on our frame. Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, your shot looks good. That's sweet. Yeah, that's about the best action there is right now. So HRRR has a few of those little small cells firing. The 23Z run has just kind of getting a few just little popcorn cells. But I mean, so far it's pretty consistent on none of them really survive past I-40 unless they're in Oklahoma. That's been pretty consistent. So those of you watching our stream, you see there, right now I'm the, what I'm seeing, my stream that you're watching, I'm the top right. We're currently in Layla Lake. And then our secondary team is in Wellington. Both of our shots, these are looking at the same storm, though. These are just different perspectives of the same storm. As you can see, they're in Wellington, so they have a much closer view. And this is just our shot from a good bit further west and south of that particular cell. So we'll have Dave pop up here in about a couple minutes. He'll give you an update as to what's going on. But yeah, so what you're seeing there is my shot is currently the one up in the top right. Our secondary team there is in the top left. And then, of course, that Childress Skycam in the bottom left is keeping an eye on it, and you can see a radar there on the bottom right. That selling turkey's getting with it.
I know, yeah. What's up, turkey?
A little more robust. I'll spin our camera back around that way. Doesn't look like much from where we're at, but if it keeps going on its current track, it'll move this way. There's cotton. That's a cell there kind of down near Kittiquay and Turkey.
It's moving pretty good. Northeast.
Yeah.
The question is if it starts to turn right.
Oh yeah, that's true. Start to get a little rotation in it. It's getting a little bit of hail core popping up on it. It's getting a little purple in there.
Hey, welcome back, friends. It's a first alert situation, and I imagine we'll have a lot of these as we go further into March, April, May, June, really any time of year that we think the weather is going to be hazardous. We get the whole team engaged, track storms, whatever the hazards might be, and we put out a lot of information. So I want to welcome our online audience. If you're getting us on stream, we also do TV, and we'll incorporate the TV part of the weather in there also. But even when we're off TV, you can catch us on Facebook, Roku, your favorite streaming app. Sheldon Brashear's out in the one of our weather intercept vehicles. He's out with Scotty Vandeford. We also have Alex and Caleb out in the Weather Atlas tracking storms for you here tonight. Here's a shot from Childress, and kind of a pretty looking shot there with some towering clouds. Sometimes that's the initiation of heavy thunderstorms. Right now we have a tornado watch for part of the area, not everybody. It's about the southeast half of our area, just outside of Amarillo. Amarillo Canyon not included in this tornado watch, so it goes across the southeast into Oklahoma. It's set to go until midnight, at least for now. Might be discontinued early. We'll wait and see. We do have storms in Oklahoma, and then a few back down across the southeast part of our area. So that's what we've been tracking for you lately. Here's what we can see there from the Childress camera looking to the north when we get up close to the, looks like the 83-62 interchange. We got fairly heavy cell. No warnings for severe weather right now. So that means any hail is going to be less than quarter size and probably much less than that. Another storm just north of Dodson on the state line about to push over into Oklahoma. Little new develop there close to the Childress-Hardeman County line. So far, we've had storms pop up to about this intensity, dropping some pretty good rain, some lightning, perhaps some small hail, but that's been about it. So far, the winner right now happens to be this guy. This is an intensifying storm that popped up over Kittiquay, not too far from Caprock Canyon State Park, and just off to the northwest of Turkey. That's going to be lifting to the north-northeast. Looks like that's going to come on up into the west side of Hall County near Bryce. This is probably the best candidate we've had so far for any kind of severe weather. So we'll track that. Again, right now, not seeing any tornadoes or anything like that. If you're up around, say, Bryce or even up towards Headley, we need to keep an eye on that one. Elsewhere, you can see not much going on, just a few stragglers there. Small chump change south of Clarendon, nothing that's severe. Our model says, all right, next couple of hours, we're in the right place down here tracking those storms around Clarendon, Childress, Paducah. We'll wait and see. I still think ground zero, the peak is going to come around 9 p.m., Shamrock down to Childress. And then by 10 or 11, those are tracking on out of here. So we have a few hours to watch, and then the storms are gone. Tomorrow, we won't track storms, but we will track the wind coming out of the west, 20, 30, gusting 40, 45 up the north. The relative humidity gets down to just very, very desert-like levels, less than 10%. Tomorrow, we're looking at a red flag fire warning, so we'll have to be on guard tomorrow also. 72 with that fire danger. 57 on Saturday. We'll cool off a little bit, may go below freezing Sunday morning. The rest of the outlook is pretty mild. Cool mornings, warm afternoons without any big weather systems. Of course, I'm back in a few minutes, or you can continue to watch this online. We'll be back.
All right, there we go. So you heard Dave's update there. This is back in the field. So if you're following along on the stream, if you've just now joined us, so this is Sheldon Brashear here checking in from our Weather Atlas. I am currently, the screen you're seeing on the top right. Currently, what you're seeing there is pointed toward the south. We're on 287. We're just now pulling into Headley, and we are seeing right there, that is the storm down near Turkey right now. That is the one we're keeping an eye on. And so we're going to see what that storm does. We're going to kind of set up camp here in Headley for the time being, and we're going to wait and see what this storm is going to do. Because if it's currently on a northerly trajectory. All right. It's currently on a northerly trajectory, and so this is going to be, of course, pardon our little spin here as we get the camera spun around. But this is going to be on a northerly trajectory, so if we can hold steady where we're at right here and this storm can maintain, then of course we'll be in a pretty favorable spot to really see what this storm's going to do. So we're not necessarily going to be driving towards it just yet. We're not going to be trying to get out, underneath it or anything like that, because the storm's still developing. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning or anything of the sort just yet. So we're going to actually set out ahead of it and hope that the storm can maintain, because if it does, we're going to be in a really good spot to really start to see what this storm can do. So right now it's building. If you were following along earlier, I was talking about kind of hard edges. This one looks a little bit better. We'll zoom in way right there. That right there, that's kind of what we like to see. So we're going to set up shop right here and kind of park and then see what this storm's going to do, because like I said, if it can maintain, if it can continue its kind of northerly progression, I think we're going to be in a really good spot here in Headley to really take advantage to see what this storm's going to do. So we're just in Headley on 287 southeast of Clarendon. For those of you following along, Doppler Dave was talking about on radar early, and you'll see there on the bottom of your screen, you see that big red blob there just passing over the top of Turkey. That's what we're looking at right now. If I'm not mistaken, a little bit of a purple core on it. Maybe getting a little hail going.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's see. Let's see what the yeah, maybe a little bit of hail in there. Vertically integrated liquid. Let's try to hail. All right, so let's get a better view of that there. Some of the bigger clouds kind of obscuring it a little bit. And everybody driving right into the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're gonna see lots of people are gonna be down near that storm. Like I said, I think we're gonna be better set to kind of sit out here and wait and see what it's gonna do, because it's not a severe warning storm. It's not anywhere near what its potential could be. This could certainly end up being a much stronger storm than it currently is. So we're gonna wait to see if it can maintain. So far, a lot of these storms have had a really hard time maintaining. So can it? That is the question.
Yeah, this was kind of the first one that's showing some sign of life.
Right, absolutely. Hello, cows. The time being here.
I thought that was your phone vibrating. No,
Oh,
it's
we got an audience out here.
just a
Looky
cow.
here. Look at this. Everybody wants to know what News Channel 10 is up to. We're the most watched in the Panhandle. Look at there. How's that? We've got an audience. It's coming to say hello to us. Look at there. So those cows. I did really say it. I did really say it. I couldn't resist. I mean, look at these guys. Look at these handsome devils over here. I'm afraid I don't have any cake for you. I don't have any food. I'm sorry.
He's right there too.
They're just hanging out. We are currently sitting in Headley. We're sitting just in Headley, just off 287. What's that? I think so. Yeah, I want to see if it's gonna maintain. I don't. If it can kind of keep building. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're thinking. Rather than getting into it and getting kind of stuck in the middle of it, I figure let's kind of wait out here and see if it wants to strengthen and maintain, because we'll have a front row seat for if it does come through here. It'd be appropriate to go say, "I gotta go, Julia. We got cows." See if I can go.
Oh.
Look at that. It's like they're posing for it.
I love that. NWS just warned this cell for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail radar indicated.
Okay, there we go. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So there's our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day.
Till 7:30.
Till 7:30. Okay. It's about 45 minutes on that one. Okay, so first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. They got that polygon goes right up to the county line there. Right up to the Hall County line. So, track has it going just right here past us in Headley, so. There's your official update from our team of cows out here in Headley.
I love it.
Fantastic. They just came right up to us. That's a cool picture. I like that. What you think, cows? Oh. Vincent? What?
They're gone rogue.
They're bailing. And if anybody's just joined us on the stream and wondering why in the world Scotty and Sheldon are talking about cows, we're gonna have to come up with some names for them because they're hanging out with us. Look at these two right here. Look at that. We're just hanging out. These handsome fellas. All right, you got it. Here comes Dave with an update. Oh, I see a flashing light in there. Come on, Storm. I just really want this thing to hold together.
Forgot my clicker. Where's my clicker? Where is my clicker? Hang on. There it is. All right. Okay, we're going to shift from tracking cows to tracking some storms here. Got to restart this though. Hang on. Okay, folks. If you're on your live stream here, thank you for watching this. I'll be on to wrap up the 6 o'clock news here in a little while. But on this first alert evening, seeing some storms out there. In fact, this is live from Childress back in the distance. See some clouds all lit up. We have a tornado watch. No tornado warnings, but we do have our first severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be the one down just north of Kittiquay and Turkey. So that's going to be heading to the northeast. Based on radar, this thing might have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving away from Turkey, heading to the northeast towards Bryce, and if it holds that track, heading up towards Headley and maybe Memphis, that's the one that Sheldon's going to kind of watch and let it track up to him, see what it's doing. Also, a couple of storms just southeast of Wellington, down towards Dodson. Those are not quite as strong, but we'll track those up the Oklahoma line with a little bit of lightning. And other than that, that's about all we have. Maybe a few more blips back to the west of Childress. That's what we could see from the tower camera. But once again, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be mainly for Hall County. Looks like a little eastern side of Briscoe, and then Hall County for maybe quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, if you're in Kittiquay or Turkey, that's going to move to the northeast away from you. Bryce, Lulia Lake, Headley, and Memphis. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Again, I'll be back in a few minutes with more of a complete weather update for you. We'll send it back out to Sheldon for kind of an eyewitness account of that severe storm. Sheldon?
There we go, yeah. Dave, so just barely missed. We just got a lightning strike on it. Could see a little bit of lightning there in this cell. So we're currently in Headley. We're looking south at it. We're going to kind of set up camp right here because that storm, as you were just, establishing, it is a severe thunderstorm warning right now. If this storm can maintain, we're basically going to see this storm just pass right in front of us here. So I think we're really going to be in a good spot to see what this storm is going to do. So we're going to set up camp here in Headley. Of course, we're losing a little bit of that light right now, but as that storm starts to get closer, of course, we're going to be watching for those lightning strikes. We're going to be looking for, of course, this storm to continue to develop. So right now we have a front row seat for it, but we're not going to get too much closer because the good news is it's coming to us. So I think we're going to just kind of set up camp and see what it does as it gets closer here. I'm gonna grab some chargers real fast.
Yeah, go for it.
While we're stopped. We're losing daylight, which kind of complicates it a little bit. Well, hello. I don't have any food for you, I promise. I don't know if Julie may pack me a sandwich, but she'd be offended if she heard I gave the food she made me to a cow. Might be a little insulting.
Storm track shows it slowing down and it lost the backing winds, but it's probably going to cycle.
There you go. If we get it cycle, we can have a chance at it.
Would be my guess.
Oh.
There you go.
Thanks, sir.
I want it to get lost in the
Yes. Drop it and never see it again.
between the seats.
Into the black hole it goes. All right. All right, so visuals don't look like much right now, but still, of course, a lot that this storm can do, and maybe as we lose the light, it'll make that lightning stick out even more. Some good structure.
Turn off.
Yeah, bump some. Oh, you just had to hold it.
Huh. Yeah.
There we go.
Excuse me. Oh yeah, some lightning.
Get some lightning in there. Sweet. There you go. Give y'all some visuals of some lightning here. I mean, yeah, it's getting a little secondary core.
I'm gonna step out for just a second.
Yeah, go for it. Get some good shots. We got more cows. We got ones on the other side of the road now too. Scotty hopped out to take pictures and we called a crowd over to us. Look here. For those of you wondering, we are popular with the cows right now out here in Headley. They're loving our storm chasing coverage. Out there. They're happy to see you. That white one came running. Friend. Oh, got a new MD. Okay, so here you go. Latest MD say they're acknowledging the things that are having a hard time getting going, but they're saying Unstable environment, characterized cape of up to 2,000 joules. They're saying they can become better established in the coming 1 to 2 hours as mid-level capping continues to erode, and the strengthening low-level jet is expected to yield enlarged low-level photographs.
Okay.
So next hour or two will tell the tale. Oh, it's Chalmers and more. So okay. So basically, for those of you at home following along what I just read right there, of course we get, oh, there's some good lightning there. Get good, what we call mesoscale discussions. That's just the Storm Prediction Center kind of giving updates on what they're seeing. Just basically an extra source of information. They're saying that these storms kind of here over the next hour or two, of course, talking about this tornado watch, still looking for these storms to develop, as maybe we could get, I talked about what's called the nocturnal low-level jet, kind of kicks in right about this time of evening. Maybe here in the next hour or two, that could be kind of that last little push of what can make these storms a little bit stronger. So that's what's going to keep that tornado threat around just a little bit longer. So of course, that's going to be watching for. So this is that storm pointed at Turkey. It's that severe thunderstorm warning, maybe slowing down a little bit right now, but we're certainly still keeping an eye on it. Does look like maybe it's splitting on radar right now, so that's what we're continuing to monitor out here. Dig my camera out too. You inspired me. Freshly charged battery and a formatted card. I gotta get something. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you a very similar question here in a little bit.
Oh, there we go.
By giving us a quick severe weather update. By the way, from Amarillo, nothing approaching the city right now. Off in the distance, we can see some towering thunderstorm clouds, even have what we call an overshooting top on that severe storm down to the southeast. But nothing really approaching Amarillo or really expected to. It is a first alert night, though. That means in parts of our area, we're under the risk of severe weather and certainly some dangers. Tornado watch, as a matter of fact, in the yellow. That's going to be about the southeast half of the area. Again, not for Amarillo or Canyon. Set to go until midnight. This is not a tornado warning, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's mainly coming into the northwest part of Hall County. Storm popped up around Kiddequay. Now it's around Bryce and working its way to the northeast, really towards Headley and Memphis on 287. Just know that Sheldon is in there at, around Headley. That storm will be coming up towards him, so he's keeping a close watch on that. Again, no tornadoes, maybe some nickel quarter-size hail out of that, and a lot of lightning and wind as it moves towards Highway 287. Also have a moderate strong storm just off to the east of Wellington, right there on 62. That's going to head over, looks like, around the state line from Dodson northward. No warning on that, but there will be some lightning, some pretty heavy rain. Elsewhere, not much going on. Looks like we have some new development there just to the north of I-40 in Wheeler County. We'll be watching that. No warnings yet, but it's gaining some intensity, and our model really says it's going to be the next couple of hours right there in the northeast where storms are going to be possible. Tomorrow, it's going to be about fire danger with winds and temperatures in the low 70s. We'll keep you posted throughout the evening and online. We'll see you then.
Y'all enjoying the ambient sounds of the Texas Panhandle? We got some lightning off in the distance. We got some cows here serenading us with their beautiful songs. I don't think it gets better than this. So these of you still keep track. You're hearing Dave talk about we are currently sitting in Headley, keeping an eye on that severe warned storm. It's currently kind of sitting around Turkey, just north of Turkey. So we're gonna wait and see what this storm does here, and hopefully give you a good update as to what it's gonna be doing here as it continues to make its way north. Being serenaded, Scotty. I know. Alright, what's this thing gonna do? Oh yes, the cows are fantastic. They're making this all worth it. Right now this thing's pointed right at us. Hopefully. I got a lightning bug. Oh yeah. Go to my office. My door. Yeah, everything's set. So like the visuals you get from us? Still got a little red in the core, but need it to maintain. I don't know if it will. Thinking we need to move, or do we want to let it just kind of go?
Oh no, I was just sitting. Just sitting down.
Ooh, good light in there.
Nothing else is warned yet, right?
What's up?
Nothing else is warned.
Nope, it's quiet. Let's see. I'll give you this look here, Dave. Kind of look up. We can see the anvil kind of coming up over the top of us here. I was just showing you looking up right now. We're getting the anvil kind of reaching up over the top of us right now. Seeing lots of cloud-to-cloud lightning. Yeah, it's not completely out of oomph. I'm just hoping it can at least maintain a little bit to give us a show. They did extend that warning out close to Memphis. I don't think, no, they didn't extend it. It just kind of stops where it did. Let's see what the weather service is saying. Weather service is saying 5 to 10% chance of a tornado.
Definitely split.
Mm-hmm.
So if that northern one might favor Lila Lake a bit more.
Yep. Come turned out, yeah. The victim of our little artifact on the Amarillo radar.
Oh, the
Splitting that line right through the middle of it. To use Kyle's phrasing, the little scanny scan. It is not twins, nope. Only looks like it.
this is the air traffic control tower, right?
What's up?
The ATC tower at the airport.
That's what we think it is. That's directly in line with it. That's the only thing I can think that would be doing that. Especially hitting the beam that close.
Yeah.
That would definitely punch a hole. Look at this little on the. Shows just getting a spike in rainfall and then it just drops off about as soon as it gets here. Ooh, that's a good lightning. We might be getting some rain any second now. It is developing a little more of a core on that northerly one right there.
Yeah.
Up near Clarendon. That might be where we're seeing any hail.
What a weird dynamic today is.
I was never super sold on it anyways. Just because, I mean, the cold and the just the lack of upper level. That was going to be the big hindering thing, and as it turns out, it hindered it pretty hard.
Look at that. Pretty quick.
Oh, yep. So it might get on building up behind it.
Goodness. Look at all the people. Just.
Oh my goodness. Every storm chaser in the world's out here right now. None of them are in Headley.
Well, we are.
We are. There we go. Mark here in the Facebook comments. They wanted to be the new cow host. I like it. That's my style right there.
I just want their time in the spotlight.
That's right. I did see somebody in the chat asking if Amarillo's in the clear. Yeah, I'd say Amarillo's pretty much in the clear for the time being. I mean, we'll still entertain the possibility of maybe a few storms popping up, but I'm really not sold on Amarillo really getting anything.
Oh.
So that was good.
Wow.
So looking at radar there,
Yeah.
is this that one that's got that better core on it?
This
That
one.
one's-
Yeah, right.
Right there, okay.
Yeah.
And then that's the thicker one. Okay. Now for what it's worth, look at those later scans right there. Is it just me or is that southern cell kind of pulling a little bit?
You know?
Is it splitting off that direction? I mean, I don't want to just be one of those just false hope people, but
Yeah. I know. I'm looking at the same thing.
I don't want to be that guy, but you know. Got some lightning on that one off to the east as well. Dave, if you can hear me, if you get a chance, if you want to pull up radar, not really anything super noteworthy, but if you want to flip over to velocity and go look at the southern end of that, the southern splitter, see what you think of that. Not incredibly noteworthy, but it's a thing. I don't know if they decided we didn't have food or if they knew that storm was coming, but those cows sure cleared out. Yeah, it's not nothing, but it's not super exciting. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah. Is that the one off towards
The one south kind of by Lakeview?
Yeah.
That's what John has. There's his view of it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's alright.
I've seen worse.
Oh yeah, definitely seen better.
Wow.
Good lightning though. Yeah, our cow friends left us, so hopefully everybody enjoyed the show. I don't know, do you feel like repositioning at all, or do you want to still play the waiting game?
Probably wouldn't hurt to put down a Memphis.
Yeah. Can't disagree.
I also don't really, I don't know, I don't want to abandon the Lila Lake storm either.
That's true, that northerly splitter. That's true, because it could still do something on its own too. That's a good point.
I can see this stuff back in here messing with this guy.
I think you're right. If it runs into it, it's over. At least for that one. That's a good point. Oh, this one's kind of a little more isolated. It's discreet.
So,
all right, sounds good, Dave. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, we're gonna kind of wait and see. We're not gonna give up on either one of these cells just yet.
have to get some rain.
Take. All right, friends, Doppler Dave here and team. Keeping you posted. You've been hearing from Sheldon and Scotty. They're down around Headley. Got some storms there in Donnelly County. We do have a severe warning just down to the south for Hall County. Of course, we also have Caleb and Alex out running around, being assisted here by Canyon. You want to come into the shot just for a minute there? Okay, Canyon's my severe weather producer tonight, and we got the whole team just kind of engaged, tracking the storms, getting some information out to you. We love this continuous stream. So no matter where you are, I mean, you can be at a restaurant, you can be at a civic center, grocery store, or even at home. You know, you can catch us on your device, on your phone anytime. We're certainly doing TV. In fact, I will pop onto TV with an update here in about 10 minutes. But with this continuous stream, you know where to find us. And we'll be doing this for the duration of the severe threat, probably through our 10 o'clock news. We'll just see how long that threat exists. It is the first alert night. And that means anytime we think the weather's going to be hazardous and you need information so you can make your plans, we'll engage in this stream of information for you. Tornado watch in effect. Southeast half of our area, if you will, does not include Amarillo. It's for all the yellow counties, and it's set to go until midnight. Sometimes it can be discontinued early if storms kind of wane or if they move out of our area. So we'll see what happens there. But right now we're set to go until 11. We don't have any tornado warnings. We do have that one severe warning that I mentioned earlier. It's the one down to the south of Sheldon. We also have some other units keeping a close watch on that. Kind of getting dark there, but a lot of lightning out of that storm. You see a moderate storm up on 287 just off to the east of Clarendon. It's around Lilia Lake and Headley. That's where Sheldon's stationed, keeping an eye on kind of both of these cells. The severe storm is further south into kind of the middle there of Hall County, off to the east of Bryce and back to the west of Memphis. It is moving northeast, and looks like some of that rain and lightning will be building towards Memphis and then possibly Headley. This is during the next 30 minutes. This thing is moving at about 40 miles an hour, so it's moving pretty rapidly. It won't take it long to move on up into the southern part of Donnelly County and then also over into Collingsworth County. If you live around Quail, I'd be on standby as we track that. So far, again, no tornadoes. We're kind of watching the wind velocity. A little bit of a rotation down there in Hall County, but nothing that looks like it's rapid rotation or anything that's about to produce a tornado. We do have a bit of a lowering and a wall cloud that I'm watching on one of our feeds there from another intercept crew. We'll keep an eye on that. What do you got there, Canyon? Anything?
Another SPS storms almost on the state line between Greer and Collingsworth counties.
Gotcha. Let's,
At 50 miles per hour.
we kick over to Lubbock and let's see what see if we get any information on our storm down in Hall County. Again, we got eyes all over it. A little bit of a lowering there and a wall cloud. So again, if something should get really interesting, we can pop that up to let you know what's happening. But again, so far, no tornado warnings in our area. As I zoom out a bit, it's going to be kind of the southeastern part of our area. We think storms will be active another couple of hours. I don't really think they're going to build back towards Amarillo. And the model run says, okay, next couple of hours, especially around 9 p.m. So about an hour and a half, I think, probably our max intensity. And then quickly, storms by 10:30 or 11, they're on out of here into Oklahoma. So after the storm threat tonight, tomorrow, we kind of shift gears and we're going to get back to that dry wind that we just don't like too much. It's going to be 20 to 40, probably gusting higher, especially in the northwest, and our relative humidity just gets really, really miserably low. So tomorrow it's all about the wildfire threat. Red flag warnings in effect. We'll have to really be cautious to not initiate any fires. They'll spread rapidly tomorrow, so might be another first alert day tomorrow. We'll assess that in the morning, see if we need to keep this going. You'll want to tune into Sheldon. We'll have that first thing in the morning. Okay, fire danger tomorrow, windy 72. If you're making weekend plans, we cool off a little bit Saturday, but we bring the wind down to 57. Sunday looks like a quiet day, 74. We're pretty warm next week. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any major storm systems coming in. No first alert days for most of next week. So that's it for now. I showed you the storm down there around Lilia Lake and Headley, and then further down to the south, that's where Sheldon's tracking a lot of lightning. So we're going to send it back out to him. Sheldon, what's the latest from your standpoint?
Hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, that's right. So we're still hanging out here in Headley. We're waiting on this storm to kind of pass over the top of us. We're keeping an eye on those two different cells to kind of see what they're going to do. I mean, really not one looking necessarily a lot better than the other one. But we are seeing some raindrops here in Headley right now. We're seeing some good lightning as well, so we're really getting some good visuals out here. There you go. Look at that right there. That was perfect. Perfectly timed. Pointed right up towards the south. This is where this is looking. This is kind of towards that bigger, this is that severe warning storm that we're pointed out right now. A lot of lightning in this particular cell. So, again, some good shots of that. And then, of course, still keep an eye on that cell to the north as well. Neither one really looking necessarily a lot better than the other one. Let's see here. Yeah, still that one lone severe thunderstorm warning. Clearly got lots of lightning in it as well. Still currently warned for, I believe, quarter-sized hail, yep, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. If anybody's worried about rotation, anything like that, not really seeing much on radar right now. But we're still in a really pretty favorable spot to kind of see what this storm might do. But right now we're getting one heck of a light show, that is for sure. So this is looking straight south. We're currently in Headley right now. Keep an eye on those storms. That one where like you like rotate, it's got the buttons on like each side.
Yeah.
Those are the coolest. I love that.
Yeah.
This is such a neat feature.
It's heavy though.
Oh, yes. That's the kind of weight a camera should have. I want my camera to be lightweight. I need it nice and heavy. I want that thing to sound like feel like it's made out of metal.
Oh, missed it.
You want to try that trigger?
It's got a...
Does it have the traditional?
No.
Oh, no, it does not. Okay, never mind. Nope, not that hookup.
Thank you, though.
Yep.
Oh. This is relative velocities. It's going track more towards Memphis now.
Memphis, let's see.
Want to go to Memphis?
You know what, let's do it. Yeah, because right now we're just going to get rained on a bunch.
Yeah.
That's all that's going to happen right here. Okay, so we're going to go down southeast to Memphis. Maybe that'll get us out from underneath this storm. And then we can kind of wait and see what it does. Whew, good lightning though.
Wow.
is putting on a show. All right. Yeah, I can see he's losing. Let's see, that's pretty old. See, look at that. I mean, even if we were down there, I mean, you can't see.
Yeah.
Squat. I mean, I don't think there's any worth in going down there, so that was a good call on not going. All right, so repositioning, we're gonna head towards Memphis. We're gonna head southeast a little bit further, try to get out from under this storm a little bit.
A little bumpy for a second.
What's up?
This will just be a little bumpy for a second.
Ah, that's all right.
Turn here.
Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go.
Go.
You want me to set your camera anywhere, or you?
I've got it back down here.
Okay. Nope. Oh.
Oh. I think it's hitting the shifter.
Oh, yeah, I'm bumping into it.
Yeah, and it's turning it off.
Oh, wait, nope. Power cable came out of it that time.
Yeah, go for it.
Wait. Wait. Oh, that's DC out. Never mind. On the light on it, it's not there anymore.
Huh.
Did I bump something back there?
Oh, yeah. Power strip. There's 3 buttons. To make sure they're all lit.
Make sure they're all on. Yeah. Let's look back here. Oh, wait, maybe that way. Oh, yeah, there we go. It just kind of got jostled a little bit. Plug was just a little loose. There we go. Okay, so let's get that wired back. Okay, you're running along with us. There we go. There's our light show. This is looking south. We're back on 287 heading towards Memphis right now. That severe warned storm. Gonna see what it does here.
Well, hey friends, Doppler Dave here in your First Alert weather team, tracking some storms out there tonight. It's a First Alert event. There's some hazardous storms that we're helping you track and let you know what's happening. From Amarillo and Bushland and Canyon, storms will be well down to the southeast. You'll see a lot of lightning. Just know that not coming towards us, actually moving the other direction. Tornado watch for the southeastern part of the area. This goes until midnight. We have yet to have any tornado warnings. But we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we've had. The latest is right there in the northern part of Hall County. The storm's actually getting a little stronger. Looks like it has a hail core in that. That's going to push to the northeast and looks like around Memphis back to Headley. Storm over the next hour might have quarter-size hail, at least so far, 60-mile-an-hour winds, very heavy rain, and just a ton of lightning in that. We have less intense storms moving north from Lilia Lake, and then coming down on the highway there, 86, coming up from Turkey. Very heavy rainfall. So far, not a severe storm, but that'll be coming up towards Bryce and probably right towards Lilia Lake and Headley. Right around the Oklahoma state line, just south of Texlola, north of Dodson, some storms just barely in our area, getting a little stronger, but those should push over into Oklahoma. And then we'll watch for some redevelopment down across the southeast. Looks like the southeast part of our area will be about the only place that experiences storms over the next couple of hours. Still looks like we kind of reach a peak in intensity and coverage about 9 p.m. It's about another hour and a half. Beyond 9 p.m., storms should rapidly head on off to the northeast and out of our area. We've got our intercept crews out there watching the storms. I'm watching on radar. The whole News Channel 10 team engaged in keeping you safe here tonight. So join us here on TV. You can also catch us on your favorite streaming device throughout this event.
There you go. So you just heard the latest there from Dave. Of course, like I said, we're still kind of keeping an eye on that storm to our south. There we go. Getting some good lightning. Real bright lightning. We're getting just a little bit of rain. We haven't seen any hail ourselves just yet, but we're certainly seeing plenty of lightning out here. We're kind of repositioning south towards Memphis just to kind of see if maybe we can get a better angle on this storm. You know, not really sure if we actually will or not, but we're going to reposition and kind of see what kind of angle we can get on it. This is still kind of the best game in town right now. Tag on there. Oh, yeah, there's a new one. It still stops at the county line, which... Okay, sounds good. Dave, what are you kind of thinking? Do we just need to stay on 287, or do we need to go... What do you kind of think would be our best route? I mean, maybe go south out of Memphis. There's that... 1041, but that might kind of put us pretty close to things. Or should we just keep going south on 287, getting south of Memphis? Okay. All right, yep, we're en route to Memphis right now. There you go. Might have ourselves right in the right position. Get the best game of the day. So, okay, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the reason I keep stopping out there at the line, that's the line between the Amarillo and Lubbock offices. So I'm going to be willing to bet that's why I keep stopping at the Hall County line and not continuing up into it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, there's, let's see here. Yeah. So they are going to say they're going to go SPS on it into Hall County. They're not going to maintain the severe warning. That couplet's going to be interesting to see if it can maintain. Latest scan's not great on it. But that hill core is no slouch. Let's see what they're about 64 DBZ on that. 63, 64. Yeah, about 64 is the highest I've seen. Alright, so we're rolling into Memphis right now. Still keeping an eye on that storm that's rolling through northern Hall County up here into Donley County. Certainly a lot of lightning. So far, just rain for us here on 287, but it does have a pretty stout hail core on it. The current severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, is for 1.5 inch size hail. So that's what, $half?
Yeah, about yeah.
Inch and a half.
A little smaller than half.
So 1.5 inch size tail, so that's, I mean, you can certainly do a number on things. So rolling into Memphis right now, so if you are in the Memphis area, you know, definitely be aware of that. You probably got a little bit of lead time on wanting to put your car in the garage if you want to. Memphis itself may not take a direct hit from the hail core. Looks like that hail core might pass just to the north on 287, so 287 traffic may get some of that larger hail, but doesn't look like we have just a major storm coming in. National Weather Service office in Amarillo, they have been saying that they are not, so far at least, for now, they're not looking to carry that severe warning up into Donnelly County. They're going to keep it there in Hall from the Lubbock office, and then go a special weather statement for as it moves into Hall County. They're saying not severe right now. Yeah, that rotation couple's getting weaker. It was looking kind of good there for a second. It wasn't looking bad.
It's cycled a couple times. I wonder if it'll do it again.
Yeah, because right about there, that was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
And just, yeah. So, I mean, it could still cycle, absolutely. All right. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Nope. Did I get it?
No, last scan, the latest scan.
Oof, getting real messy. But, is that hail?
It was just, maybe. No, it was just big raindrops.
Just big raindrops? Okay. Big raindrops. So still on 287, we're driving through Memphis right now. So far, still just getting rained on. So far, nothing really worth sounding the alarms about just right now, but we are watching, we are monitoring. Currently in Memphis, right at the corner of 256 and 287. Because 256, that's the one that kind of goes southwest, right?
Yes, it does.
Oh, yep, that's going to take us straight west. Yeah, we don't want to do that, I don't think. Hello, Mr. Truck. We'll just...
We'll go a bit further down, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Because, I mean, honestly, 287, it dives far enough south.
Right.
It might give us a shot at... I don't know about you, but I'm not terribly keen on core punching.
No.
I don't have as much fun with that.
I'm good.
Yeah. I've got my Hereford video, and that's good enough for me. Gosh, that was 3 years ago now. 4 years ago. I was 22.
You see a little pull off up here somewhere?
I'll look for one.
Oh, I think I saw.
Oh, you got one.
Yeah. It's County Road 26.
Oh, yep, I got you. Yep.
Just a little southward. Pull in there, just
I like it just to get off the road.
yeah, hang out there for a second.
Yeah, I think that's good. Just about kind of wait and see and kind of watch it.
Well, that'll give us a good side view, and then you can see the back end of the laser.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, here we go. There's some lightning. Look at that. Turn the night into day there. Okay, so it's County Road 25.
That should be the next one.
What's up?
Oh, just the County Road 26.
Yeah. It's so hard to hone in on where the base is.
I know. Hard to
Oh, there we go.
really hard to tell in the dark.
Yeah. Oh, Never mind, they decided to carry the severe warning up into Donnelly. They decided to pull the trigger on it. They say it's getting its act together a bit more, starting to split, take on more of a right motion. As it continues to the north and east, we'll be putting out severe thunderstorm warning for quarters and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, that's 26.
It will include Wellington. Yep, look at there, we're getting a little cycle out of it.
Okay. We just passed 26 because it was a little turn off.
Oh,
You can see it dark.
let's see, I'll find one. Let's see here. There's a County Road E up here where you can turn off
On the right hand
on
side.
the right if you want. Looks like most of our, or you can stay a little bit longer and go to G, which will take us back to the west. Or there's a 1619 that'll go east as well.
Let's do the G.
G, okay. Yep, I'll give you a heads up. It's got a little ways down before we get to it, but I'll give you. I'll steer it for you.
Sweet.
It'll be on the. It'll be right.
Is it on the left hand side?
Right hand side.
Right hand side.
Yeah, you'll turn right to the west. Yep. It'll probably put us in a more favorable spot. Might be a Caliche road. It's county road, so. But NWS did acknowledge the rotation markers.
Excuse me.
Okay, still got a little ways to go. That's coming up right here, but we'll past it a little bit.
There's a light show.
Yeah, it is. No kidding. Yeah, so those of you following along with us, we're trying to get in better position. We're now currently southeast of Memphis, trying to get you a good view of the base of this storm, as it is does look like it might be strengthening a little bit right now. So I'm trying to give you a good view of things. Looks like we're about to pass maybe some chasers or something. Oh, those are trucks. Never mind. Those are military trucks. Oh, no, that's Dow.
Down?
Look at there. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There's a Doppler on wheels.
Radar with the
All right.
truck.
Love it. Love seeing the Dow. That's how you know you're in the right place. All right, so be looking up here for it. Gonna be a right-hand turn. Getting closer. I don't know if you heard that, Dave, but we just had the Dow go by, or just saw the Dow go by, rather. We passed it. Yeah. All right, so I think this is a sign for it right up here. Yep, gonna be turning right.
Okay.
Right where that, see that car? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think they knew we were out here, and so that's how they made their very well-informed decision. Yeah, there's your turn off right there. Looks like we got something else out here too. Okay, so we're getting on to County Road G here in Donnelly County. Gonna see if we can't get a good view of this storm here. Turn on our. Our lights not work. I guess not. That's okay. Yeah, we ought to have a really good view of it. Looks like we got a report of 1-inch hail in that storm. All right, yeah, we ought to have a pretty good view if we can just kind of ID where the base is on this thing. Because that's... I mean, the base should be just right here. I mean, we should be... Man, I just hope if it does anything, we can see it. It would suck to know there's a tornado right there and you can't see it.
I know.
Switch to the Frederick radar and look at the couplet. Okay, so it should be looking right there. That's our base, is right smack there. Woo! Hello.
Yeah. I mean...
All right, so Dave, if you can hear us right now, let me give you a quick measurement. Right now we are just off 287. We're about 5 miles, about 4.5, 5 miles south of Memphis. Camera shot you're seeing right now should be looking right at the base. of this storm where that couplet is. It's really hard to pick it out. We're getting the lightning flashes, but it's really hard to illuminate just a clear shot of the base right now.
Got him. Got you there, Sheldon. Yeah. Okay.
Got our eyes
you looking
peeled.
at, well, let's see, a little lowering there.
It's really hard. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know if I've been able to actually get, whoo, lightning's been lighting it up, but it's really not illuminating the base very well. I don't know if there's a lot of rain, or that was maybe a good look of it right there. That's about the clearest shot we just got just a second ago. But it's really hard to pick out individual features. The lightning is just kind of illuminating everything, and you don't really get a
I'm
straight,
seeing that
you
on
know,
your
look at
stream.
it.
I just wondered if you could pick out any definition there.
It's pretty hard to so far. We're gonna need that lightning to hit just right. Also, I don't know if Kyle's on where he can hear us, but I believe our lights are not working. The Taos is in a state of disrepair.
How do they?
Sheldon, I got a scheduled TV cut in at 8:10. I'll probably go on here about 5 minutes for a little graphical interruption.
Okay, copy that. We're gonna continue monitoring here.
It's like it's stuck on
Yeah, it's like it doesn't want to flip the other direction. Yeah, it's weird, Dave. The rotation couplet, it seems to be cycling. I don't know if you saw in the weather chat, but I switched over to the Frederick radar. Had a pretty good. It's had a good couplet that cycled a couple of times. So it's gonna be real interesting to see how it evolves. I think we're in a fantastic spot. Should it do anything?
Is it just me, or is it more in front?
You think more in front?
Oh,
My arrow's kind of pointing here, but is there something above in front of us?
there was a kind of a lowering right where I'm pointing.
Kind of maybe just past 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's see.
See if it does it again.
Oh, wait, I think. Kind of like almost right in
Okay.
line with that telephone pole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Copy that. Thank you.
The lightning struck behind it,
Okay.
and you could see the.
Good backlit illumination.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, what is it?
All right, Wyatt. I'll swap with you here if you want. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I guess it might be right in front of us, because if it's straight west, yeah. This road is pointed west. So yeah, you're right. I think you got the right idea. I think it is more in front of us than behind it, than next to us.
It's just hard. It's so hard to tell in the dark.
It is, yeah. You get so turned around. Yeah, Dave, we've kind of redirected our shot. This might be looking more towards the base now. There we go, right there.
I saw
think I
that.
saw
Yeah,
it.
you got the lowered edge there. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick radar update. We'll come back to you. Okay.
I'm gonna start recording. All right, copy that.
Okay, Sheldon down there close to Memphis, where we have a severe storm, a little bit of rotation there. Have not had a tornado warning at least yet. It is the first alert night. We're watching things very carefully. And by the way, from Amarillo or Bushland or Canyon, you'll see a ton of lightning off to the east and southeast. Just know that we don't have severe storms approaching Amarillo, in case you were wondering. These storms are all down in the southeastern part of our area. So let's get right to it. Tornado watch continues until midnight. Eastern or southeastern half of the area. A couple of severe warnings in there. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet, but these are severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's the one that Sheldon is on around Memphis and just back to the west of there. And also, if we follow that back to the west out towards Bryce in northern Hall County, second storm is pretty strong. That's all going to lift to the north. If you're in Clarendon or Lilia Lake, Headley, some of those storms might be moving your way. Main threat here is a lot of hail. We're watching the wind velocity. And you do see a little bit of red and green there south of Memphis, somewhat of a rotation. Just know that we've got both radar on it and Sheldon right there watching. If we get any kind of funnel or tornado, we'll be on to kind of track that let you know about that. So far, we're not seeing that, but it is a possibility. Other storms, well, we got them building back to the west there. They keep coming up north of Kittiquay and Turkey. So that's going to be parts of Briscoe and Hall County, right there on the county line, building to the northeast, gaining some intensity. We did have a couple storms out north of Wellington and Dodson on the state line. Those are now belonging to Oklahoma and out of our area. But we do have a storm that's up on I-40 around Allen Reed and McLean. This one's not quite severe. It is some heavy rain and maybe a little bit of hail. Speaking of hail, let's see. I'm gonna kick it over to Sheldon. I'll bring you back to his storm, and he's the one there around Memphis. So, Sheldon, since I'm hearing some hail, you want to give me a quick update?
Well, Dave, not currently getting any hail where we're at right now. We're currently just about 4.5 miles southeast of Memphis, kind of keeping an eye on that lowering you were mentioning just a little bit ago. I do believe our secondary unit, they might be the ones who are getting hail right now. So far, we're pretty well dry where we're at, Dave.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to update that. I think I'm actually hearing some audio coming from Alex and Caleb. If you're hearing me there, Alex, why don't you verify that? It sounds like you guys are getting into a little bit of hail. Back in our area, though. Okay, Alex reporting pea-sized hail. They're over on the storms in western Oklahoma, so just watching that. They are severe out that way, again, just outside of our viewing area, moving away. Our main concern is the storm around Memphis, and we're watching carefully, checking all kinds of info on that storm. You know, it's the type of storm that could produce a tornado if the rotation really intensified and tightened up. Right now, we're not quite to that level, but man, loaded up with rain and probably some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That's going to be between Memphis and Headley and closer to Memphis, so probably right there at the Cap Rock before you drop on down, probably just south of Giles is where we would have the heavy rain and the hail. Ton of lightning and rain, and there'll be a noisy storm there in Memphis. Just know that we're watching it carefully, and Sheldon is in your town there, keeping an eye on things. I'll come back just a little bit and just remind folks that it's a tornado watch. No tornado warnings at this time. So storms are been kind of clustering down in the southeast. Little rotation there as I zoom out just a little bit. These are all of the storms that we have in the area at the time. And I was pretty much talking before I closed a minute ago or checked in with Sheldon around Allen Reed and McLean. That's a moderate storm. Seems like as they move north, they tend to lose some of their punch, at least for the time being. But that's a lightning threat, some rain, certainly not a tornado candidate or any large hail up that way. So that's for now. Our model run says we're pretty much right on track. I've been telling folks, the 8 to 9 p.m. hour is probably going to be max. When we hit to 10, I imagine we'll have some stragglers. By 11, everything pretty much out of here, it looks like. So that's the timing on the storms. When we get to tomorrow, we'll have other concerns, and that's going to be a west wind instead of a south wind. Pretty blustery late afternoon up in the north. If you're around Clayton, Dalhart, Dumas, Guyman, we might be looking at 40 to 50 on the wind, and the humidity is really going to be dropping down into the teens or even less. So tomorrow it's all about the wildfire threat. We'll need to be just as vigilant tomorrow for wildfires as we are today about severe storms and tornadoes. I'm scheduled to come back on TV at about 10 minutes after 8. We'll kick it back out to our units in the field here for Sheldon. Let him kind of follow that storm around Memphis. Just know this, if we do get any kind of tornadic activity or more of a tornado threat or a tornado warning, we'll be back on immediately to follow that. You can catch us online here. If you have friends that can only get us on TV, you might let them know that I'll be on a little after 8 p.m. Right now we'll send it. Wait, what do we got?
The tornado threat will continue as the storm now south of Headley remains organized with mid-level rotation.
Okay. So just kind of corroborating the information coming from the Weather Service is that the storm around Memphis is a candidate for tornado development. I haven't seen it yet, and remember, we got eyes right in there, got radar all over it, and if you're around Memphis, just lock on, stay on our stream here, and be ready to watch me on TV in a little while. We got you covered there. So we'll send it out to Sheldon. You caught all that, Sheldon, tornado candidate. What are you guys seeing from the ground truth there?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, I definitely agree with that. Every once in a while, you'll just catch a view, you know, the flash of lightning. You can kind of make out a little bit of the base there. There's some lowerings. There are certainly some lowering on the storm, but not anything that I would see that definitely has the definition of a tornado right now. You might see occasionally a flash there that illuminates, and you see a little bit of a cloud hanging down. I don't think we're seeing a funnel as of yet, but I mean, we are seeing some rotation couplets on this storm, so it's certainly worth monitoring. We're currently looking kind of almost straight west, kind of back towards kind of almost the kind of south of Headley or Memphis a little bit right now. So like I said, I don't think we're seeing anything that warrants, you know, major concern about a tornado, but there is some weak rotation. There are some lowerings, but I personally don't think that those lowerings are any, you know, indication of strong tornadic development, but it's still worth noting. Absolutely. So we're going to continue to monitor out here. Like I said, thing about chasing at night like this is, of course, just the simple fact that it evolves quickly, and we only get looks at it, you know, when we get those lightning strikes in the right place. And if we don't, then we don't really get much of a look at it. So we really got to watch and really keep our eyes peeled here. So we're going to continue to monitor, and if we see anything noteworthy, we'll certainly be passing that along. So folks at home watching, like I said, you might see some lowerings here and there, but like I said, we're not seeing anything exactly alarming, nothing that's going to warrant, you know, a tornado warning. We're not seeing a tornado warning, but still keeping a very close eye on it right now.
What I wouldn't do for a tripod right now.
I don't know why I didn't bring my tripod. My goodness, all the lightning pictures. I had it, and I just didn't bring it for some reason. All the lightning bolts, I mean, it's just fantastic.
What way to turn off the...
There we go. Anything else noteworthy on that shot?
Not really. This thing's north side of Memphis now.
So it's gone through Memphis at this point?
The bulk of the hail has, yeah.
Okay.
The backsides, well, as of
The
2
rotation
minutes
just
ago.
getting messier and messier. I don't know why I didn't bring a tripod. That was a foolish mistake. The lightning is just nuts.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get out real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, Dave, for what it's worth, we're, you know, that little lower we saw a little bit ago, we're definitely not seeing it right now.
Okay, Sheldon, you're kind of chopping up there, but I think I got the gist of that.
the dust. Goodness gracious. Ooh, I got one. I did. I got immensely lucky.
Yeah, brother. Oh, that's good. I got one too, but it's not that good.
We got what you got. All right, copy that, Dave.
Do a preliminary here, just real quick, kind of hold us over.
Ooh, that's pretty good though. That looks good.
All right,
Not bad at all.
let's do that.
Yeah, it's past Memphis.
Rotation couple still mess. Oh man, I shouldn't have let off.
I'm ready.
Man, if I would have kept going.
All right, Sheldon, thanks for watching the storms down there around Memphis. Just let folks know we have our entire First Alert weather team and news department and support system. A lot of folks here at News Channel 10 behind the scenes here helping us to track storms and keep you posted. We know that you just desire information. So that's what we're doing. We got this continuous stream going on your streaming apps and devices. Still doing TV, you know, if you want to watch us on TV. In fact, I'll be on in about 10 minutes, a little less than that. We'll do an update for our TV audience. But here's what we have. Tornado watch continues for that southeastern half of the area. Keep reminding folks, Amarillo Canyon not involved, Tulia not in here. Borger not involved. Pampa, just on the edge, but it was mainly going to be the southeastern part of the area until midnight. We have yet to have any tornado warnings so far. Still got a ways to go, but we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We've really been clustering around, say, Donnelly, Collingsworth, and Hall counties. And the latest severe storm has just kind of gone through Memphis. There's some rain. There could be some quarter to ping pong ball size hail generally north of Memphis. That's going to be building out towards Quail. Quail, Sam Norwood, and then maybe Wellington. You folks, need to be kind of hunkered down watching this carefully. No tornado that we're aware of. Not really seeing strong indications of that. But heavy rain, a lot of lightning, wind, and hail. Things we get out of most severe storms. The other one's just kind of hot on its heels. And by the way, I've been watching for rotations, not seeing anything strong. But storms continue to fire up there around Bryce. This storm moving up towards Lilia Lake and Headley contains some heavy rain and maybe some penny to nickel size hail. If you're in Clarendon, that'll stay just off to your east. But 287 from Clarendon down to Headley and really even through Memphis and Estling, it'll be wet and stormy. I'm just going to advise you to kind of stay off of that for a while. Further south, here's our other severe thunderstorm, and they continue to fire up right there around Caprock Canyons and build up towards Bryce. So this storm coming out of Briscoe into Hall County around Bryce has intensified. This one might have quarter to ping pong ball size hail also, and that's going to train up towards Lilia Lake. So we have a zone in here that we've had several storms in a row track over the same location. So when that happens, the ground gets kind of saturated. This is an area that we might have to watch out for some runoff. So watch out in the low water crossings, the arroyos, the ditches there coming out of anywhere, Hall into Briscoe and Donnelly counties. Watch out for that. If you notice right above my head here on the screen, it's a lot of lightning, and that's Sheldon's camera shot there over towards Memphis. So once again, we got eyes out there in case we were to get lowerings or wall clouds or funnels or tornadoes. We haven't seen that. But there's your cluster of severe storms. I'll bring you up to north. The storm that came across I-40 is dying a quick death there north of McLean. We don't think that will re-intensify. It's all going to be about the southeastern part of the area. We do have some storms developing down in Floyd County. I'd say down around Floyd-Ada, closer to Matador. Some of those moving up into the southeast part of the area may intensify. So that's going to be the zone, that southeast corner, for another couple of hours. As I mentioned, I'll be back on TV about 8:11, about 7 minutes out. For now, we'll get it back out where you can see the lightning, the rain, the hail, everything that we have that Sheldon is tracking off to the north and now east of Memphis there in, looks like Hall County. So we'll send it back over to him. Sheldon, I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll send it back to you.
Am I pressing hold over here?
Switch to the next radar tab. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty cool. It just automatically switches over. All right, thanks, Canyon. Still getting a good light show on this shot right here. Still seeing lots of lightning. The signs of rotation are really going away. I mean, we're seeing some fantastic lightning out here, but past that, it's really not doing much else right now. We're still about 4.5 miles to the southeast of Memphis. Not really seeing anything going on right now. We're still pretty dry where we're at. Oh man.
Every time I put it down?
Yeah. White. Big old bolt. Right, yeah. It knows. Drop your guard to look at your screen and then pow! Here comes the parade.
interesting to see what this one does to the south. This is that new one.
Hey. Yeah. That's not nothing. I think just spawn down.
It's just a train now. All the kind of Floyd data.
Golly. Here it comes.
Line them up.
Cellular stuff.
See, one tornado warning. Another guy tornado warning. Fairview and Chester. Between Fairview and Chester.
Not Altus.
No, this is almost northern central.
Oh wow, yeah. Way far away. Yeah, I'd say today was a bit of a swing and a miss. The SPC's part. I remember yesterday, I mean, Jade and I were both talking about it. I mean, yeah, the ingredients are there, but a 5% 2 days out, like, are we sure we want 5% 2 days out? That's pretty bold.
Yeah, well, and I think if the heat was in there,
I think, yeah,
we would have had something
a little more noteworthy.
But
The lack of heating kills a lot of the potential. Yeah, not a complete bust. We got some severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, copy that, Dave. Yeah, it's not a complete bust. By no means. It wasn't like it was blue skies. If it would have stayed like it was McLean, that would have been pretty depressing. But we're justifying the stream. People are watching. We are serving our purpose. There's another car way up there. Huh.
yeah, you might be able to see this walk out of all this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what's going on? That's Minnesota right there, maybe. But people are just driving down the road, flashing their lights. That's if you're parked on the side of the road, it's one thing.
Oh. Is that John?
Oh, really?
I think that. He just passed it. He just go by? Yes.
That would be him. He would do that.
So funny. I don't know if I'm just getting used to it.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here, your first alert weather team. We just have kind of a routine update on tonight's severe weather. It is a first alert event. Some hazardous storms out there that we want to keep you posted on. Tornado watch continues for the eastern part of the area. We still haven't had any tornado warnings, fortunately. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in progress right now. We're talking mainly a hail, strong wind, lightning, maybe some flooding threat out there tonight. Around Memphis has been very active. This is where Sheldon has been down watching that storm carefully. Earlier we had some signs of a little rotation, nothing imminent for tornadoes, but at least we had a kind of a rotating supercell there that we watched carefully. Not quite as organized, and now it's lifting rapidly up towards Quail and maybe skirting Wellington, heading towards Sam Norwood. Heavy rain, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Now, back just to the west of that, we have another increasing storm that we're keeping an eye on. Again, when we look for those couplets and rotations, nothing really jumps out at us right now. But off to the west of that first storm, here's the storm now coming into Headley, coming into Lilia Lake. Heavy rain, probably some nickel-sized hail in that a lot of lightning. And then further down to the south, the latest storm that is re-intensified coming into the Bryce area. Severe storm there for the northern part of Hall County for heavy rain. Again, quarter to ping pong ball size hail. You might also notice that a lot of these storms are kind of tracked over the same location. That means there's a lot of rain in the same place. We'll have to watch out for runoff, especially I'd say in the northwest part of Hall County and the southern part of Donnelly County. That's where we could get some runoff and some water collecting on the roadways. We'll keep an eye on that. Zooming out a little bit, everything north of I-40 dying down rapidly. If we look at the southeastern part of the area, this is going to be the zone over the next couple of hours for storms to move in. Some of those will be strong, possibly severe. We're going to track those throughout the duration. Here on TV, we'll be updating you about every half hour. You can catch us continuously with information and certainly reports from our intercept crews out in the field on our continuous streaming. So you can catch us on your favorite streaming app and device. Keep it on News Channel 10.
Oh, geez. Like I said, we'll do our flashing lights if we're like driving rain, visibility's low, parked on the side of the road.
I just thought that was funny.
That's really funny, yeah. You get on the highway like this, you don't need to be, unless you just want to draw attention.
Well, I messaged him afterwards. I was like, you good, man? Like,
you don't look like you fared too well.
Yeah, he pulled off the side of the road.
How big a hill did you see that day? I remember watching that.
In Canyon, it's like it didn't get crazy.
Okay. Yeah, then you came up.
Get some lightning. I was like, well, I'm out here.
Came in clutch with the footage. It was, you were getting stuff and nobody else was getting.
I said, if I'm out here, I might as well park under an also.
Document what's happening.
Thought I got there early. As soon as I pulled in, everyone was like,
Cramming. Okay, go ahead. Try to head back up to 87. Maybe not drive straight through, but Memphis is still through.
yeah, right now.
Kind of head up toward Memphis and kind of the train.
That works for me.
Yeah, I don't know what's so good about this.
Maybe lightning? You're getting a good lightning show?
Yeah, it's some of the pictures. I guess you might be seeing better bolts on that side of it. Pretty good structure.
I know.
Oh, really? Yeah? It's nocturnal chasing?
Almost by myself.
Right. No, yeah, doing it by yourself is way sketchier. I've done it a couple times, but more often than not, if I'm like there's just anything going on at night, it's usually like we're just driving back and it's kind of these kind of scenes. It's just you might drive through a little bit of rain, you're seeing some good lightning, but you're not there's not been too many times I've actually been doing anything at night and I've been like looking for a tornado. It's never been. Wow, that thing crawled forever. One of my favorite videos. Like this years ago. One of my favorite videos of we were in Nebraska. And I got it in slow motion, which is just like that's the best. Whoa. Isn't that cool?
That's pretty neat.
You see it just like run through the whole cloud. I was like, man, that's I'm never gonna get one like that again. Save it, save it, save. Archive, put a copy of it somewhere, please. Yeah, which is good, yeah. That's one of the things I had to keep like reminding myself to do on air of like, if clouds don't break, our severe risk is really gonna go down. Which is a good thing. Might not see any tornadoes, but it's a good thing. It's overall net positive for the people. So, yeah. Those things where there's a lot of times I forget that this kind of setup stresses other people out.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. There goes one of the guys bailing out. This is it right here.
So we got our data.
We got our data, and nothing else with it. Yep, that's it right there. Nothing wrong with that. I love seeing those out and about. It's just, I know, they're just the coolest trucks.
That's really because they passed breeze down the tropics.
Oh, was you really?
At a peak on intensity, I think we may start trending down here next 30 minutes to an hour. So if that's the case, we might be able to wrap up in 45 minutes or an hour. We'll see.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we were just thinking about maybe heading back towards Memphis and just kind of letting it pass in front of us, just kind of see what it does. But yeah, that sounds good. Just getting a good lightning show at this point.
Oh, I imagine. I'm watching all that. I think we might have had a little of a ripple, maybe a little short wave that kind of spiked up the intensity here recently. That may have just passed, and now we're cooling off and losing a little instability.
Yeah, it really looks that way, and we're definitely kind of getting that multicellular, just kind of, you know, real messy stuff right now, just kind of clusters of things. What do you think? Want to maybe kind of head back towards Memphis?
Yeah.
Let's do it, and just kind of monitor from there. Had a brief window there for a second where it was trying. It's not for lack of trying. Dusty now. Sorry about that, Taos.
I forgot to put a mouth for that one. That's funny.
All right.
Whoa. Nice lightning.
As you following along, we got to see the
That's fun.
Dow go by again earlier, the Doppler on wheels. There's some more of that lightning. So we're gonna kind of head back up towards Memphis, kind of head back up 287. We didn't go all the way through because the storms are still passing over, but we'll kind of go through and kind of weigh it and kind of see how it looks. But yeah, you kind of heard Dave saying a little bit there, just kind of seeing a little bit of cooling. A lot of those storms you'll see on radar becoming what we call kind of multicellular, just this big cluster of storms right there. And well, the good news is when they become those big clusters right there, the severity goes down quite a bit. You can still see some hail. Could still see some strong winds. The tornadic threat goes down dramatically when those storms cluster up like that. And then now, hopefully, what we're seeing with it is just good widespread beneficial rainfall for the area. That's what we're really hoping to get more of that out of it now than anything else, of course. Let's see what things look like on the stream. Hey Alex, what's up? We're just about 4 miles south of Memphis right now. We're kind of heading back up towards Memphis on 287. Chaser business idea. Ask streamers to pay you a day rate to drive around and play copyrighted music really loud near other rival streamers.
You like music?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, the temperature is going up.
Has it really?
71.
71. You hear that, Dave? Somehow this is the warmest I think we've seen since we've been out chasing. We're up to 71 right now.
I thought that wind felt warmer.
It did feel a little bit warmer. Yeah, you weren't wrong. chasers there. No. He stopped. Alright.
Do you want to stop here in Memphis or keep going a little bit?
I'm good to keep going. If you need to stop, we can. But I'm good to keep on trucking.
Bueno. Thinking we can maybe shoot that gap.
Yeah, I bet we can. Missed the hail core, but get a little bit of rain.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Hey Sheldon, definitely mindful of the late hours here and your need to get up early. If you want to start heading back, just keep a camera on your lightning. I think we'll be okay. I really think we're going to see a downward trend now.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. You good with that?
Hmm?
Yeah, we're good with that. We can do that.
All right. Yeah, so start that, and then I'll still be doing some cut-ins on the air. We'll just kind of let you commentate for a while, and then somewhere around 9 or so we'll assess whether or not we need to keep the stream going or not.
Okay, copy that. Sounds good. Yep, so currently going through Memphis. Looks like some good rain has come through. I did see some commenters on the stream did report some hail. If you did see some hail in Memphis, let us know in the comments. Let us know how big that hail was. We definitely love to hear those reports to see exactly what you got on the ground, but definitely looks like it's rained pretty good right here. We're kind of coming through on the backside. Looking like we're going to kind of try to go, we're going to keep coming up 287 back towards Amarillo. See if maybe, just maybe, if any of these cells will split just enough that we can avoid both the major hail cores on it. And like I said, even those hail cores, I believe they're born for quarters, I think, is what we currently have. Let's see here, let's double check. Yeah, they got a cord south of the highway and north of the highway. They are both born for quarter-sized hail. That's 1 inch. And 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Right.
That's up near Wellington.
Okay, so they've got their own storm they're keeping an eye on for sure. Yeah, for those of you following along with us, I mean, you're getting a great light show right now. I mean, the lightning has just been fantastic. You're seeing on our Wellington stream as well. I mean, really seeing some really solid lightning right now. Fantastic light show we're getting here. Getting some raindrops going here. Goes ahead of us on the highway.
Right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise. Somebody mentioned getting some hail.
Yeah, that's what I was curious.
Let's see what people are saying. keeps getting brighter, my goodness. Got Valerie here asking if these storms will hit Shamrock. I'd say Shamrock is still definitely in play for these storms, for sure right now. We're seeing these storms kind of tracking up to the northeast. So, yeah, if you're in Shamrock, I would definitely anticipate that these storms are going to be kind of heading that direction. We've seen hailstones reported upwards, maybe an inch and 3/4 in some places from the spotter network. So, seeing some good-sized hail in some of these storms. So, yeah, if you're in Shamrock, you're still absolutely in play for these storms kind of heading up your direction. Let's see here. It's already moved through Memphis, of course. We're getting in some rain here on the other side of Memphis on 287, but no hail for us right now, just some rain. But yeah, if you're in Shamrock right now, I would definitely be ready for maybe some of this to head your direction. The good news is that tornadic potential is lowered dramatically. Really what we're looking at right now is some good heavy rain. Might be seeing some good-sized hail and some strong gusts. But hopefully just more beneficial moisture, more of that than anything else. Let's see what our friends on YouTube are saying right now. Let's see if we got any recent comments. You got Eric here talking about he saw on another stream that Memphis out of wall cloud. Yeah, we were able to see a little bit of that lowering on our stream as well. So if you're following along with that, you saw that here as well. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Jolie Lindsay reporting that there was some hail in Memphis a little bit ago. So, yeah, Jolie Lindsay, if you're still on right now, if you wouldn't mind letting us know how big that hail was, we'd love to get a report if you kind of ballpark it. Did it look like peas? Did it look like maybe nickels, dimes, quarters, golf balls, anything like that? We'd love to hear those reports from you. Got Crystal here asking about what is the Amarillo Canyon area looking like. I think Amarillo and Canyon are firmly in the clear right now. Not expecting any severe weather in Amarillo or Canyon. Probably here for the rest of the night, as all this storm motion is currently going from the south up towards the northeast. So nothing's really tracking towards us right now. So really what y'all get is just kind of a free light show. If you look off towards the east, you'll be able to see a lot of that lightning. Like I said, we're driving through some rain. Like I said, unfortunately on the downside, that means we're not going to be getting any of that moisture that's coming with some of these storms either. So we are in the clear from severe weather, but that also means we're going to stay dry. Unfortunately, you've heard Dave talking on his forecasts about the dry weather that's going to be moving in tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're going to be tracking some fire danger because we don't have the moisture that we need right now. That lightning is unbelievable. Say that again, Dave?
So yeah, I'm about 7 minutes away from PD.
All right, copy that. Yeah. Whew, rain's coming down now. Getting after it. Look at that. That's a deluge. Yeah, that was good. A little free car wash real quick.
Wash all that dust off that we just got.
Exactly, yeah. Sitting on that road earlier. Enjoying this nice light show. You're going to see Doppler Dave hop on here in just a little bit. He's going to be giving you guys an update of what we're seeing on radar. Good news is the overall, the worst of the severe threat does seem to be trending downwards right now. You saw some of the rain that we just drove through, but I don't even think we saw any hail. It was just real heavy rain. Just good moisture. The land out here certainly needs it. About to pull up into Headley right now. What's up?
Accumulations, raining a lot down there.
All right, sure thing, Dave. Yep, we'll keep an eye out. Like I said, got some nice heavy rains, but nothing too treacherous yet. Yeah, he could. Fresh.
Fresh cattle.
That's right. So they're not really issuing any severe thunderstorm warnings on that backside. Nothing's really building in behind it. Yeah. Turkey's just been like the source of everything today, though. Copy that. What's up?
I was gonna say, I always wondered if the winds coming off the rim of the canyon down by Turkey cause
Oh, yeah.
rising motion.
Who's that, Kenyon?
Get a little orographic lifting. It certainly can.
Okay.
We've seen it happen off Palatine.
Yeah. Seen them spawn a few storms.
Yeah.
Orographic lifting. It's one of my favorite $5 weather terms. Orographic lifting. It's cool sounding. If you're watching with us still on stream, Doppler Dave's going to be on here probably any second now, giving us a look at radar, kind of just giving us an update of what's happening around the region still. Got lots of lightning out here just north of Headley on 287.
All right, severe weather update. I want to welcome our TV audience to our continuous coverage online. First alert night, we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a tornado watch in the east. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet. We still have a couple of severe hailstorms that are taking place right now. We'll bring into the strongest storm is this guy right here, just off to the east of Headley, between Headley and Quail. So that's coming on into Collingsworth County, up to, say, golf ball size hail. We've had some hail reported out of the storm. Looks like it might have peaked in the intensity there. But this is about the only storm that's showing any kind of rotation, not a tight tornadic rotation, but the overall storm rotation that helps to severe support hailstones. So that one's still getting after it. Back to the west. Here's a storm around Headley down to Memphis. It's been raining a lot down here. Watch out for water going across roadways. Still up to, say, quarter to ping pong ball size hail as that moves off to the northeast. So anywhere from Memphis to Headley, heading towards Quail, heavy rain and hail does continue. Now, the storms that have been coming in pretty strong down to the south are coming in a little weaker now towards Turkey. Those will move on up, looks like, into Hall County, but not pack as much intensity. And zooming out a little bit, we're down to really just that one severe cluster that will continue here. Now, I think we've probably seen the peak of intensity. We'll watch this last cluster as it moves on into, say, Collingsworth County, maybe up towards Shamrock during the next hour. Main threat is going to be that hail, a lot of lightning, some wind. We'll keep an eye on any kind of severe rotations or anything. So far, so good there. So we'll continue to cover continuously online. We'll be back on TV a little bit later on. Stay on News Channel 10.
Radar indicated still. Yeah, that's nothing. That's, look at that hook it got me.
Goodness. All the way in Oklahoma.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave, if you get a chance, you should go up to the far northeast outside of our area. Go up, look around, kind of over near kind of like Waynoka up towards Oklahoma. Go look at the hook echo on that thing.
Yeah, that looks like the real deal up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we look for tornadoes. This one's way up in Oklahoma. It's a much stronger rotation.
Wow, AJ Harold said that.
Where's that?
I guess that was somewhere around here. He was around here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's about what we
Yeah,
saw.
I think that's about what we got.
Katie, let's plan on 856. Yeah. Golf balls in, which one? Yeah, okay.
You flag them down all the time.
Oh yeah. Here's a train horn. Train?
That's awesome. Hey, trains are cool.
At the bus stop, well, Thomas Tank Engine trains for to play with.
Oh, absolutely. Those are I love Thomas the Tank Engine growing up. That was the best. That's awesome. Yeah, I bet she likes those.
Oh yeah.
Sheldon, I'm going to go ahead and cut back in about 8:56.
All right, sounds good.
Just kind of a routine update. Looks like we're down to one severe cluster around between Headley and Memphis.
Yeah, that little cluster, it's just kind of just keeps on trucking right now. They're kind of trimming up those severe warnings a little bit I was seeing. That's a good line occasionally. There we go.
Copy that.
Goodness gracious. John's been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow.
That's a long day.
This guy's ready to get over. My bad.
Waited too long to say anything about it. What's up?
Oh, this all subs right here. I just have a funny story about it. Always makes me laugh when I pass it.
Yeah.
Met some chasers from Penn State there one time.
Oh, nice.
They're pretty cool dudes.
Joanne, the rotation is increasing in the storm between Headley and Memphis.
Okay.
copy that. We see Alex and company there in Shamrock. We're Clarendon, and Dave's going to be checking in here in just about a minute or so.
Let's tell the director we're going to stay on. We'll stay on. All right, folks, Doppler Dave here getting word that we're going to have a tornado warning issued on this storm across the northeastern, say, part of, well, coming out of Hall County into Donnelly County. Right in here, between Headley, Memphis, and Quail. You see the very heavy echo right there, at least golf ball size hail. But this is the storm that has shown a little rotation that has tightened up just a little bit. So I've got it drawn on here for you. Here's Memphis. There's Headley. You see this green versus the red. That's where we have the rotation. Not a confirmed tornado. It's just the Weather Service has noticed the rotation getting a little stronger. It's nighttime. And, you know, it's all about lead time when we have tornadoes. So this is a situation where a tornado may be developing. We just don't know quite yet, but that's the, if there's going to be one, that's where it would be. Again, we're looking at about probably 5 miles north of Memphis. This is heading to the northeast, so really our main concern would be out near the community of Quail. You folks really need to be locked on, and also, if you haven't already done so, prepare your safe place just in case we do get an actual tornado confirmation and it comes up your way. If you're in Headley, Lilia Lake, or Clarendon, it's going to be well off to your east and moving away. If you're in the city of Memphis, it's up to your north and moving away from the city also. Again, if you're just joining us here, you're about to get a notification if you're down in Hall County or Collingsworth County there of a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. Just kind of brand new. That'll be heading off to the northeast. I'll back up a little bit and we'll put this into motion. Here we go. Here's the tornado warning just issued. That's going to be that red polygon right in there. It goes until 9:30, so we got ways to kind of watch this one. What we'll do is we'll stay on with information for you while we're in this tornado warning. If we get some kind of information that, okay, the rotation is weakened, it's no longer a threat, and then we'll dump you back to programming. But right now, this is a serious situation, probably the strongest rotation we've seen tonight. We do have a tornado watch in effect, and now this is a genuine tornado warning that's heading towards the community of Quail. Looks like they're just kind of on the edge of the actual warning box. So we got a lot of area here between Memphis and Quail, mainly rural terrain. However, we do know that there's ranching interests out there, farming interests, and with our rural houses and everything, so we'll treat that just like a tornado affecting any part of our area. I want to underscore once again that if you're in Headley, no threat. I think it's going to move away from you. You'll see some lightning. If you're in Memphis, I think you'll have some rain and quite a bit of lightning, but the main part of the storm now is about to shift over. This is the county line, so that's going to get us over into Collingsworth County. So even though the threat or the tornado warning is beginning there up in, looks like, Hall County, that's going to be moving on off to the east. That's Donnelly County, moving on off to the east, and mainly into Collingsworth County. So this is a rotation that's evident on radar. I'll show you that again. Again, it's pretty classic, what we call a couplet. This red versus green shows two different wind directions in a small area within that storm. When we see those, often we know that there is at least a rotating updraft, and it is a rotating updraft that produces almost all strong tornadoes. So when we get that kind of indication, even though it doesn't guarantee that a tornado is forming, it's certainly the area to watch. So that's why we have the tornado warning that's heading into Collingsworth County. If you're in Quail, we'll go ahead and recommend that you get into your safe spot. I'll zoom out just a little bit and show you some other storms while we're getting information on that tornado warning. Down south of Turkey, this will be the next storm. They've been kind of developing down to the south and tracking to the north and intensifying. This one's not quite as robust, but that may be the next one to watch there coming into Turkey, the extreme southern part of Hall County. By all means, the strongest storm is the one that we're tracking with the tornado warning attached to that. If you're in Shamrock, kind of close call. I think we'll see a lot of the rain move up your way. It'll just come down to exactly where the core tracks. Might be right over town, might be a little further off to the east. We'll just keep an eye on that. And by the way, for folks around Amarillo or down I-27 to Tulia or really anywhere else in our area, these are the only storms that we have right now. So you might see lightning off in the distance, but we're just not getting any additional storms developing in our area. Backing up just a little bit, again, here's our tornado warning area. Latest scan there, still showing a rotation, still strong enough that the Weather Service has decided to go ahead and issue for a tornado warning just in case we have one developing. We don't have confirmation of that, just that on radar it's very suspicious and a stronger rotation. Once again, that will be tracking into Collingsworth County. I'd say Quail would be the community that we're most concerned about, but any rural interests anywhere, say in the southwest quadrant of Collingsworth County, needs to go ahead and take tornado precautions, get into your safe space. Along with the tornado threat, you see the purple core right in there. That's where we may be indicating golf ball plus size hail as that moves towards Quail. So if you're on Quail, if nothing else, the hail threat really increasing. It's going to be a severe storm. It might be a damaging hailstorm. And that's also getting on into Sam Norwood and creeping a little closer to I-40, Shamrock, Leela, over to Texola. Probably going to catch a little more of that storm, the heavy rain and the hail. Sam Norwood, I would expect the hail size to increase. Once again, we're looking at least golf ball size. Headley, some good news. Looks like the storm moving away from you. A little redevelopment back to the west of that, but I don't think it's going to have the intensity that we have right now. Down towards Memphis, you've had repetitive storms and some hail. We had hail from Memphis back to Lakeview earlier. Quite a bit of golf ball size hail. This storm now moving to the northeast, away from Memphis. A little redevelopment, new cell, new updraft looks like there. May produce some more heavy rain and some lightning. But the core of this guy is right in there. Again, now it looks like it's shifted to the north a little bit, maybe more like 7 or 8 miles north of Memphis, but getting closer to Quail as that moves off to the northeast. Here's the rotation area. We'll track it up just a little bit closer to Quail. Again, this will be a radar indicated possible tornado, not a confirmed tornado. Will we get anything new over there, Kyle?
It's not really tight.
Information.
That's pretty messy. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely rotation for sure.
Latest information,
Yeah.
the Weather Service will continue the tornado warning a little bit longer, still have a pretty good rotation. Of course, we got to scan in there every couple of minutes, and we can watch the evolution of the storm, see if that rotation gets stronger or if it kind of broadens out and weakens. Right now, a little early in the ball game. So if you're around Quail, again, go ahead and just may as well, for safety measures, be in your safe place. Better safe than sorry, and hopefully this does not tighten up and become stronger and produce a tornado. But we don't know that at this point. So since we have some lead time, that's why we want to take our tornado precautions. Up towards Sam Norwood, looks like we're starting to catch some more heavy rain. The hail in there looks pretty impressive, and if you're in Shamrock, I think you will probably get into some of that, although I don't think you'll probably get into the rotating area that's now north and northeast of Memphis. That's probably going to track south of I-40, south of Sam Norwood, south of Shamrock. If you're in Wellington, looks like it's probably going to track off to your north, probably heading up towards Quail. And I don't know, some of this rain and hail will probably move towards you. The rotating area that we're concerned about continues to be right in there. I'll update that location just a little, for right about in there, getting closer to Quail. But if you're in Wellington, it looks like that's kind of on an east-northeast path, probably staying to your north. So what? Yeah, information coming in right now.
Yeah, the second area of rotation, it's covered by the current warning, but it's gonna move a bit more east than west, so they're gonna draw that warning out and drawing up an additional warning to cover that.
Okay, good. And I can see that right here. In fact, while we're getting the new information, I'll kind of kill that marker and I'll show you two that we have. Two areas of rotation on the same storm, by the way. So the Weather Service is going to kind of adjust to the rotating areas. Here we go. Okay, so we still have this one that is close to Quail. Just about probably 3 miles southwest of Quail. We're also looking at probably this area right in here. So a couple of rotating areas. Again, Quail would be the closest in line, and these are kind of tracking this direction. So once again, I think it's probably splitting Shamrock and Wellington. We're looking at mainly Quail and Sam Norwood to get the heavier rotations. Again, right now we don't have any indication that we actually have tornadoes on the ground, but the strongest rotations that we have seen are in this area. I'll draw this one more time, kind of get the update. Strongest one would be right there. Now back to the west to Quail, and this one's right behind. So two rotating areas pretty close together. Quail, we have recommended that you be in safe shelter. Could even be some very strong straight line winds. Wouldn't be a bad idea to be in shelter anyway. But these two rotations are kind of very near Quail, and if there is going to be any tornadic activity, that's kind of where we got it located. Okay, while we're getting the latest information, I'll just show you again where the tornado warning area is. Kind of trace out the red box there. So it does not include Wellington, doesn't include Sam Norwood, but it also does not include Headley, and does not include Memphis. So now we're kind of well into Collingsworth County now, with the threat of at least golf ball size hail, and heading over towards the community of Quail. We'll track some other storms, and as I zoom out just a little bit, we kind of condensed into one big old severe cluster, about the only one we have. So a lot of folks around Amarillo or other parts of the area, we've been in a first alert situation. We've had a tornado watch off to the east. We had our hailstorm the other night that just came out of nowhere. We don't anticipate anything like that back over most of the area. Looks like we're updating our tornado warning area.
Yeah, Dave, Spotter Network is telling us the tornado near 1 mile east of Quail. That's west of Quail on Highway 203. Again, that's from Spotter Network.
Okay, is that like somebody's reporting seeing a tornado?
From WeatherBot from National Weather Service.
Okay, so here's what I can tell you is we have had a report of perhaps some tornadic activity 1 mile west of Quail. That's going to be on that rotation right there. One east of Quail. Okay, so I'm gonna back up a little bit, and we'll update this map here.
So Weather Service chiming in saying that southern rotation, they don't have a confirmation, but the northern area of rotation did get a Spotter Network report of that tornado, so confirmed tag was added to that warning.
Okay, so one east of Quail. That's going to put it out here really, with another rotation right in there. Once again, these are moving off to the east northeast. You got speed on that by any means?
Not that I can.
Okay.
SVR for Eastern Donnelly is canceled.
Okay, so we've canceled the warning for Donnelly County. Now we're all about Collingsworth County, and a couple of rotations in there. Again, reports we have. Again, we got a lot of people out there on what we call a spotter network, and they report in things that they see or observe. And Weather Service does say that they've had a report on that spotter network of a tornado 1 mile east of Quail. So we've already recommended folks in Quail, be in shelter. We're not out of the woods because I really think we've got a stronger rotation kind of back to the west and southwest of that tornado report. So what we have is the couple of eddies in that storm circulating around that has generated the tornado warning and a possible tornadic event just east of Quail. That would be moving off to the east-northeast. Again, if you're in Sam Norwood or near there, you need to pay close attention. The other rotation also is of note, but no observed or spotted reports of tornadoes there. So I'll back it up just a little bit, and we'll be able to see where the tornado warnings are. So this is the first one that was issued that comes up right about to Quail. The second one starts near Quail and then goes off to the northeast. So the second one that likely, or at least allegedly or possibly, has produced some kind of tornado touchdown is northeast of Quail. Moving to the northeast will include Sam Norwood in that. So if you're in Sam Norwood, that would be a time to go ahead and take your tornado precautions, get in whatever safe place you have also. Other storms are developing back towards, looks like Headley. We'll keep an eye on those. Probably not going to be quite as intense as this, but that's going to prolong the rain, the lightning, golf ball size hail. I would imagine right now in Quail it is hailing. Might be pretty big also. At least golf ball, tennis ball wouldn't surprise me with a rotating storm like this. Continues to move away from Memphis, however. Good news there. And then if you're in Wellington, looks like some of that heavy rain might be coming your way. We'll have to just kind of keep an eye on the hail core if you're in Wellington. It might be kind of a close call, but it just looks like it's getting stronger and stronger there around Quail. So the large hail threat, if nothing else, could be pretty destructive right there. But this is also where we have the 2 tornado warnings. Really kind of the same storm, 2 rotations within it. And let's get kind of the latest on that. Here are the rotations, and yeah, we still see those 2. Let me update that here on the map also. This is where we're seeing the red and the green couplets that show wind shear, or wind going 2 different directions. So the latest we have now on the tornado warnings and where the rotations are. Here's the one now, just kind of northeast of Quail. I think that prompted the 2nd tornado warning. This one we have down to the south of Quail is still pretty strong. And both of these are candidates for some kind of tornadic activity, kind of drawing out where those are going. So this time I'm going to save this map, and we'll be able to refer back to it. We're getting information from the Weather Service. We're getting information from spotters. Got our own team in there kind of checking things out. What we've had so far is some information that at least suggests we had a little tornado touchdown east of Quail. That's all we know right now. But the tornado warning does continue for these 2 rotations. Backing up a little bit, we'll check the movement. Off to the northeast, again, we got one big old supercell now that's occupying most of Collingsworth County, lifting to the northeast. Most of the storms have been tracking at about 40 miles per hour. So, on that path, it wouldn't take long for them to move from Quail up to Sam Norwood. New storms developing back towards Lilia Lake and Headley that are not quite as intense. By now, hopefully folks in Quail are in shelter because you're kind of under the gun. A large hail there up to Quail to Sam Norwood now is kind of our probably the most crucial area as far as severe conditions are concerned. And that storm moving off to the northeast. If you're in Shamrock, again, the heavy rain coming on up your way, maybe some of that hail. The trend earlier this evening so far is that when storms kind of cross I-40, they start to lose some intensity. Whether or not this one does that, we'll just have to kind of wait and see. But from Quail to Sam Norwood right now, very heavy rain, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, and those rotations and possible tornadoes. We're going to have to watch out for that. Memphis, the trend is good as those storms move away from you. Wellington, I think you're in pretty good shape, but if it shifts east just a little bit, might put you in more of a hail threat. Right now, I think you'll get by with mainly heavy rain. So right now, Quail up to Sam Norwood will include Shamrock, just to have you on standby in case those rotations continue and you need to be in shelter yourself. For the time being, our tornado warning is for Collingsworth County. They extended it just a little bit until 9:45. So got ways to watch this one. Our hope is that that rotation gets disrupted, weakens, and we can get away from the tornado warnings. That's not happened yet. Let's check the rotations, and once again, this is what we have. Waiting on the next scan. A couple of rotations in there, maybe not quite as strong as they were a few minutes ago. And then zooming out a little bit, we'll watch that tail end storm down around Turkey. Does not appear to be really exploding, but that could be moving up towards Memphis, Lakeview, and Bryce. This area's had a lot of rain and a lot of hail. We'll have to watch out for some runoff. New information coming in.
Yeah, Dave, the severe thunderstorm warnings will drop off here now in 15 minutes. So reissuing one big severe to cover the whole storm with tennis ball, hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So kind of consolidating warnings.
Okay, yeah. Tennis balls and 60-mile-an-hour wind. Okay. Well, that right there is reason enough to be in shelter. And then we throw in, a rotation or two around Quail to Sam Norwood. That's where we really recommend folks get in whatever safe place you've designated in your house to just kind of ride this out. We probably got 30 minutes or so for the storm to hold this intensity and where it is. Latest information we had is this, you see all kinds of boxes out here. Weather Service on working to just kind of consolidate that into one big severe storm. Where you see that purple in there around Quail to Sam Norwood, indications are Hail could go up to tennis ball size. We've had a lot of reports of golf ball plus this evening from storms in this area. But this could be a pretty destructive storm just due to the hail and the wind from Quail up to Sam Norwood, working its way to the northeast. And with the size of that echo, I'm leaning towards more of a chance of that rain and hail getting up to Shamrock and I-40. So if you're in Shamrock, time to make your precautions, get folks away from windows and clean out your safe place in case you need to get there. But that's the only tornado warning we've had tonight is actually 2 of them issued pretty much right after the other for Collingsworth County. Quail to Sam Norwood is the active zone. In Wellington, I think you're going to dodge the bullet there. It's been active down around Memphis with golf ball hail earlier, but this storm is moving away from you. It's a large cell there. Again, takes up most of Collingsworth County, heading on off to the northeast. But it does look like it's building steadily towards I-40. That's going to put Wheeler County kind of under the gun. Here's the Wheeler County line right there, Shamrock and I-40. So I am concerned about the hail getting up that way. Hopefully the rotations will start to die down between now and then. No guarantee whatsoever that happening. Let's take a look at our velocity products again. This is where we have the rotations. Okay, we still have the one there north of Quail. The one south of Quail is might have shifted off to the east just a little bit. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting some reports from the field here. If we get pertinent information, of course, I'll pass that along to you.
Dave, from the Weather Service, the southern area of rotation is looking more convergent and not quite gate to gate like earlier.
Okay.
Quail should continue to take shelter.
Okay, very good.
Rotation in the northern part.
Okay, so latest information is one of the rotations looking a little weaker, and I'm gonna show you where that is on the map, and we'll just kind of update where these rotations are. And I'd concur with what you have there, Kyle. So we had one rotation right in there, the one that probably produced the tornado.
John's just east of Quail. Looking at, he may have. That's what that may be when it flashes.
Okay. Kyle, will you be able to punch that up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take that.
The rotation that's south of Quail is not quite as strong. It's broad now. So that's, I think, a reduced tornado threat. Still have those rotations in there. That's something to watch. We do have storm interceptor in there. Not seeing a tornado right now, but he's watching very carefully. Okay.
Every now and then get a flash of lightning on it.
Okay, that's what we have right up in here. Our chaser John Doherty up there, right in the core of the storm, and he's really good about looking for lowerings and funnels and tornadoes. So fortunately, I can report that we're not seeing that right now. Earlier, indications are we had a brief or some kind of tornadic activity east of Quail. That's really all we have was a brief report on what's called the spotter network. The Weather Service referenced that. We since then have not had any information indicating that we have a current tornado on the ground. I do think that the rotation has broadened a little bit. It's not quite as compact. It's not quite as strong, which leads us to believe around Quail, the tornado threat, not quite as strong, but still noteworthy. So I would stay in safe shelter until we get this thing off to the east a little bit. If you're in Sam Norwood, there's that other rotation that's not quite as strong either, but certainly I think evidence that you probably need to be taking it seriously and in your tornado shelter as well. So you can see on the box up there to the top left, that's a live feed of the storm. So that's current visuals on that. Of course, it's night, and we have to kind of rely on lightning to see whatever's in there. But if we do get information from John there, we'll pass that along to you. So I'm going to take those markers off.
This feed's gone at the moment. We're waiting.
Okay, very good. We'll come back, and these are the actual warnings that we have.
And it's back.
For you. And again, we'll be watching around Quail. Again, nothing that really jumps off it there to make me think that we have a tornado on the ground. But as I mentioned, it's dark, it's night, and we just can't see very well. That's why radar is so important, and we can see those rotations. So right now you can see the storm making pretty good progress to the northeast. I mentioned earlier storms trucking at about 40 miles per hour. So this one's making some tracks. and moving pretty rapidly. That's good news for you folks around Quail, because I still surmise just from radar that you've probably been pounded by hail, golf ball to tennis ball, and that's spreading on up into Sam Norwood. So heavy rain, probably golf balls, tennis balls near Sam Norwood. The good news is that the rotations appear to have weakened a little bit, and we haven't had reports of tornadoes, in the last 15 minutes or so. Right now we're down to the kind of one tornado warning, the same one that started around Quail up to Sam Norwood. Of course, severe thunderstorm warning concurrent with the tornado warning for the hail threat. Back towards Headley, I know you've had bulletins going off and notifications and everything. You're just looking at a moderate storm there. Memphis, the storm continues to track away from you. Shamrock, it's looking more and more likely that you're going to get into the heavy rain and lightning, maybe some hail. Can't really guarantee that, but sure wouldn't surprise me to get on up to I-40. Wellington, I think you're going to dodge the bullet pretty good with hail size and certainly the tornado threat. I think Wellington will get some rain, quite a bit of lightning. You've had some active weather there so far tonight, but the brunt of this severe storm now tracking into the central part of Collingsworth County. Ground zero right now is around Quail to Sam Norwood, and this is where we have both a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're just kind of tracking this for you, giving you kind of a minute-by-minute, play-by-play. Of course, we got eyes on it. That's a live shot there from Quail. There for a moment I thought I saw the base of that storm, and maybe some lowering or even an appendage. Nothing that I would ever confirm tornadic activity with, but just know that we're watching that carefully. So we got eyes on it, we got radar on it here during this tornado event, or at least this tornado warning, just so you know exactly what's going on minute by minute. About the only severe storm left now, but it's a giant one there in Collingsworth County. I'm going to give you the latest on our rotations. This looks a lot better. Did you see something there?
Yeah. See if I can get that for you.
Okay, we've just some of our observers here watching the feed up there around Quail, maybe looking kind of interesting there. But I can tell you that this rotation has spread out. It looks a lot less daunting than it did when the tornado warning was issued. So I kind of like that trend. Going to have to watch southeast of Quail. That may be like kind of a cycling, strengthening, re-strengthening circulation. Hopefully that's going to move on off away from Quail here pretty soon. But this is where we have the tornado warning in Collingsworth County. I'm going to focus mainly off to the east of Quail. Looks like probably the strongest indication of any kind of rotation. So as we do that, I'll back it up here, and we'll continue to put this into motion. Cruising to the northeast, about 40 miles per hour or so. Still see the hail around Quail, hail spreading towards Sam Norwood. All right, Shamrock and I-40, looks like you're starting to get in on some of that rain. Can't rule out that some of the hail moves your way. Still a strong supercell storm. Watching the velocity and getting our reports in. Okay, I saw that. Okay, so that's a pretty good lowering to the storm off to the east of Quail. You see it right there. The lightning has to be in the right place to illuminate the right part of the storm. But folks around Quail, this is what we're seeing just off to your east. One of our storm interceptors out there watching that very carefully. That would coincide with this area right there. So, some of the indications are there for tornadic activity, including the rotation on radar, and we've seen like some lowerings from visuals, from the video we have coming in, the stream coming in. So still a dangerous storm, and still one that we need to watch carefully. If you're in Quail, I would remain sheltered in place. If you're in Sam Norwood, if you aren't already, I'd go ahead and shelter in place also. It's just one of those events that you have to be safer than sorry, because we have some of the signs that there might be tornadic activity, and it gives us some lead time. I mean, we don't know, we can't confirm that there's going to be tornadoes, or there is one right now based on what we see, but definitely want to plan accordingly. I mean, if you're in shelter right now, no matter what happens, look at that. Okay, that's the base. That's the base of the storm. I wouldn't confirm tornadic activity, but you see the appendages hanging down, the lowering. That's definitely the wall cloud area, the core area again, east of Quail. That coincides right here with where our interceptor crew is and where the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for. I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion again while we get some new images there. We'll be watching east of Quail. I just want to show you the progress that the storm is making away from Headley, away from Memphis, probably away from Wellington. But for the time being, it's just a full-fledged supercell storm with tennis ball size hail and the potential for tornadic activity. Quail to Sam Norwood continues to be the area that we're really watching. I'll zoom back out just a little bit, let you know that's about the only show left. So we're gonna have to ride this one out. I still think within an hour or so, most of the storms are either out of here or they've weakened. So we're kind of down to the last part of this severe outbreak. But the strongest storm of the night happens to be ongoing right now. So that's the storm in Collingsworth County now. Severe thunderstorm and tornado warning concurrently. We'll check our latest scan on rotations. Okay, it's moving a little further off to the east from Quail. That's some good news. Okay, looks like, all right, we've got Alex and Caleb up at Shamrock. Looks like they will be coming down from Shamrock right here towards the storm, so that's going to give us some more eyes. And if you look there east of Quail, off to my right there, that's the lowered area, and I don't know, that looks pretty menacing. So, you know, I'm not going to confirm a tornado there based on that, but you can look yourself and see that it looks like, lowered area trying to get down to the ground. Whether or not that, that was rotating and is a tornado remains to be seen, but it's evidence enough for me. For folks east of Quail and Sam Norwood to stay sheltered in place and just assume that there is tornadic activity. I think we have plenty to go on here.
They're going to let the southern tornado warning expire as the storm rotation has moved into the main tornado warning.
Okay.
So that
Very good.
One's going to drop off.
Okay, so here's the deal. We had 2 tornado warnings. Weather Service going to drop that first one. A couple of reasons. I think the storm's kind of moving out of that box anyway and into the area where we had that second tornado warning. So they're reconfiguring that tornado warning. We'll have 1 now, but it's the same rotation, the same storm that continues to go from Quail up to Sam Norwood. Looking better for Wellington. Again, just Memphis, Headley. I know we got a lot of concerned folks. Shamrock, you're not really in line for the rotation, but the rain is picking up and still looks like some of that hail may be coming your way. Latest scan on our rotations there, a little further away from Quail, off to the east. Again, that's what we're seeing in the top box as far as video is concerned. And then our other unit with Alex and Caleb getting in there too to give us a different vantage point. Moving ahead on radar, just to let you know, the southern storm kind of dying down a little bit. So I think we're really down to this one last cluster back on the west edge. Looks like it might have picked up just a little bit, but certainly nothing like we're tracking there in Collingsworth County. Rotation again off to the east of Quail, still fairly strong. And as we track the storm, put it in motion, still riding it out here in the central part of Collingsworth County. You'll notice the tornado warning issued set to go until 9:45, but of course that could be canceled early or it could expire early. We'll just let you know about that. So let's just treat it now with the only storm we're really concerned about in Collingsworth County. Early reports did show some kind of tornadic activity east of Quail. We continue to watch that video to the top, and it's kind of frustrating at night because you can't see in there unless lightning flashes, and the lightning has to be in the right place. And even then, you only get momentary sightings. So, definitely looks like we got a wall cloud low to the ground, near the ground. It's just hard to see at night, so it's hard to use that to, get any kind of confirmation that there is or is not a tornado. We'll continue, though, to pass along the latest, any kind of reports or observations we get. I think the latest we had there, Kyle, was that some kind of tornado report east of Quail earlier. So that's about all we have to go on as far as any kind of confirmed tornadoes.
Some questions on the chat about whether it's going to go over Shamrock or not. It looks like the rotation should miss Shamrock, according to the Weather Service on its current track, but rain and potentially large hail in store.
All right, folks in Shamrock, just know that we're watching it carefully for you. And I still think the rotating part of the storm is going to stay down to the south. It's really more between Quail and Sam Norwood. The other aspect of the storm, though, is just the hail in it. Golf balls have been already confirmed, but there could be some up to tennis balls. Looks like that's finally starting to creep away from Quail and now more into the Sam Norwood area. So that's Highway 83. Highway 83, if you don't know where Sam Norwood is, Highway 83 between Shamrock and Wellington is kind of where the bulk of this tornado-warned storm is heading off to the northeast there. That hail core just doesn't want to give it up. It doesn't look like it's staying very strong. Very evident that there's probably destructive hail in that. Okay, I couldn't help but notice the storm on the bottom video you see there. Saw some striations there. Just definitely a rotating storm. That's the wall cloud area.
Weather Service saying the rotation is increasing on that southern end of the supercell just northeast of Quail.
Okay, so as we kind of expected, I'll take you to our velocity. We look at the rotation, and right there is indications that the rotation is ramped up again, or it's intensified quite a bit. So that's a strong rotation just off to the east. I'd say now probably about 3 miles east of Quail is where if there's a tornado, and that coincides with our video out there also. Oh, look at that. Okay. So yeah, we're getting pretty good evidence now of, at least if it's not on the ground, is a storm that's rotating and is certainly a strong candidate to produce a tornado. What I like, though, is that it's moved further away from Quail. So right now we're not really in communities, but of course our rural interests out here, ranching, farming, or any kind of rural home out here, if you're east of Quail, you need to be in shelter. Not only do we have rotation that has intensified on radar and prompted this tornado warning, but I think we're getting enough visual evidence there. If you just watch that, wait on the lightning to see what you got in there. That's where we do have some of the characteristics of a tornado-producing storm.
Tightening up
and,
here,
that looked pretty solid to me right there. It looked like rotating updraft, wall cloud, and even something near the ground. It could be dust, it could be debris, it could be scud clouds. I don't know. You can't really use video at night and confirm tornadoes unless it's really, really compelling. But what I would say is what I've seen there and my experience with storms and looking at them at night, that's close enough call to stay sheltered up, especially east of Quail, heading over towards Highway 83. So we'll back it up. Let's put that in motion. And here's Quail. Looking better now. Looks like the echo. The hail is pretty well moved out from Quail. That's now for Sam Norwood. So destructive hailstorm around Sam Norwood. For Shamrock, getting more and more rain, probably some small hail. But I think the hail core is kind of confined to the Sam Norwood area. Definitely want to stay off of Highway 83 from Shamrock to Wellington, no doubt about that. This is not a storm that you want to be caught in for any reason. Hail up around Sam Norwood could be golf ball to tennis ball size. It's moving away from Quail now. That's good. But that's only one element was the hail. The other element, of course, is the rotation and the tornadic potential. Okay, so now we've shifted up to here. So now that's northeast of Quail and probably about 4 or 5 miles south of Sam Norwood. I think there's strong evidence of probable sporadic tornadic activity right there. Again, I just don't say that I'm confirming tornadoes, but that kind of rotation and what we've seen on our videos is pretty compelling that that's certainly a possible tornadic event. Let's leave it at that. It is moving off to the east-northeast fairly rapidly, but for the time being, we'll now need folks in Sam Norwood to follow tornado precautions. Again, it's night. We're having trouble ourselves, knowing exactly what's going on. We're just using the tools available to give you the information that we have. So we have had, enough reporting of possible tornadic activity. You couple that with what we have on radar, and then we take a look at our visuals coming in from our storm intercept crews. And I wish we could see plain as day. We'd know exactly what is going on. But relying on lightning, every now and then we get some images that suggest that there is tornadic activity. Some good news is we're not right over a community. The bad news is that if you're in any rural capacity there between Sam Norwood and Wellington, closer to Sam Norwood, probably 4 miles or so south of there, that's where there's likely some kind of tornadic activity. And keep in mind, even sometimes when a tornado doesn't get down to the ground, there's enough circulation in that storm to be damaging and destructive. So I still think this is a very severe storm, very destructive, either rear flank downdraft straight wind or tornadic winds, or the tennis ball size hail. You throw all those together, and that's a pretty formidable, severe threat. We'll back it up now. Let's go ahead and put that into motion. Once again, looks like we've improved the situation for the community of Quail. I know you've been through a lot of hail. We had a report of tornadic activity just off to your east. That now has since shifted a little more to the northeast. Our hail core pretty much confined around Sam Norwood, but it could still be very stout, in excess of golf ball to tennis ball. A baseball here and there wouldn't even surprise me. It is moving to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Shamrock, we're still watching very carefully your situation. I think the rain picking up, maybe small hail, but I think that large hail core will probably stay around Sam Norwood and bypass you just to the south. So some good news there. I'm watching, okay, there's another lightning illuminated image, and you can once in a while see the base of that storm east of Quail. Definitely see those striations in the storm indicating a rotating updraft, supercell storm, if you will. The last image didn't look quite as menacing. I don't know. That's the thing about lightning and having to rely on that. Just as I say that, that last little image there looked like, we'd have to beep. Okay, there we go. Wall cloud, certainly. And when we say east of Quail, it's making progress further and further away from Quail and now just south of Sam Norwood. Let me get you an update on that rotation. I've been on here for a couple of minutes. So yeah, here we are. That's a very, very classic and very, very obvious what we call radar couplet. What it does is it shows the wind going 2 different directions in a very tight space. So that's what we call a couplet, and it indicates rotation. And that's a pretty strong rotation, might even be, I would suggest, one of the stronger rotations we've seen, even since the tornado was issued, the warning was issued a while ago. That's getting pretty close to Highway 83, south of Sam Norwood by about 1.5 miles, 2 miles perhaps. Sam Norwood, anybody watching definitely needs to be in your safe space because that is a strong evidence, I think, of a probable tornadic event. Moving at 40 miles per hour won't take it long to cross Highway 83. So as I mentioned earlier, Highway 83, just got to stay off of that for now. Really anywhere in Collingsworth County, I'd just stay put, stay sheltered in place. Wellington, I think that couplet, that rotation is going to pass safely to your north. So good news there. In fact, Wellington, I think, getting off pretty easy here as far as even the hail threat. We'll back her up, put her into motion. Quail, I'm not quite ready to give you the green light to come out of safety, but it's looking a lot better for you, I'll put it that way. Shamrock is looking better for you too. I think you're going to catch maybe another 15 minutes of heavy rain. I think you're going to miss out on the destructive hail. Sam Norwood, however, it just looks rough. I think you're getting pounded by hail right now. You know that already. But I think the golf ball to tennis ball hail, we might have another 10 or 15 minutes of that. And then we got to watch that rotation. Notice how, sometimes we get a real nice hook echo that coincides with a couplet. We don't in this storm. So that's why we have to rely on the wind velocity that is showing up very well. This is probably one of the best tools we have to track rotations in storms, especially at night. This is a very good example. If just looking at the rain and the hail, we wouldn't know that there was a strong rotation. Looking from our visuals, our stream, yeah, every now and then we had a lightning flash in there, but we're not relying on that. That rotation, though, is very strong and suggests, I think, a likelihood of tornadic activity. So we're getting close to Highway 83, just to the south of Sam Norwood. Folks there need to stay sheltered up. Shamrock, I think just, stay locked on. If we get some kind of deviation in track, we might have to send you to shelter. Right now, I would just say, stay away from windows, stay tuned, heavy rain and maybe some hail. If you're in Wellington, we're okay, I think, as that storm heads on off to the east. Moving at 40, we got another probably 20, 30 minutes, and then we should pretty much get that out of our viewing area. But right now, it's the strongest storm we've had. It's the strongest rotation that we've had. And based on everything we know, let's just call it a tornado event. We'll be getting more information, more reports that kind of corroborate our information. But just to let you know, we do have an intercept team in there, keeping us closely advised. We also have all these radar tools that we're looking. You can see on the radar how it continues to make progress off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So that's moving now away from Quail. Quail, the worst of the storm, is over with. Some good news there. Wellington, yes, close call, but it's moving to the northeast away from you. Even Shamrock, heavy rain, small hail, I would imagine, but not the real destructive stuff. Our latest frame there shows a little bit of a split, a little uptick around Shamrock, might boost our hail size a little bit. There we're talking about maybe nickels, quarters at the most, but not the big stuff there over Sam Norwood. It does look like that hail core size, at least the aerial size, has come down just a little bit, but still could have a lot of hail in there. Now it looks like we're pretty much over Highway 83, near Sam Norwood. That's going to be well south of Shamrock, well north
I
of
got my calipers in here.
Okay, there's look at one of our latest visuals. We've got a freeze frame there. Striated base. This doesn't look quite as crazy, but you see the ragged appendages there on the bottom side of that storm base. Doesn't look like we have a tornado imminent or currently taking place, but with that rotation we see on radar and that kind of representation visually, still a possible tornado event. So doesn't look quite as bad, but every now and then, we get a frame, and then the next one, the next lightning flash, it looks a lot different. So we'll
Dave, they're gonna go downstream with that new tornado warning as the rotation heads toward Ludi. If I'm saying that right, taking it to the state line.
Very good. What I'm going to do is they're going to update the tornado warning area. So I need to kind of shift this map a little bit since it's been a while since I've been over here to adjust. That looks okay. I like this frame, and I'll tell you why. It looks like the intensity of that rotation, well, it's still strong, just not quite as strong.
Dave, that goes till 10:30.
Okay, 10:30 on the new tornado.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So here's the rotation. Again, pretty close to Sam Norwood on Highway 83. And it's moving to the northeast there, something like 40 miles per hour. I haven't had an update on the speed of that storm yet. We'll get that for you and pass that along to you. But I'll just kind of leave this up, and we'll watch that rotating area. Again, not quite as ominous as it was earlier. I'll also kind of update this map as you watch how it tracks across Collingsworth County. You see the new tornado warning. There we go. Okay. So the new tornado warning now shifts it off to the state line, starting around Sam Norwood here. That's this new red box right here. So from Sam Norwood up to Texola, you'll notice that Shamrock did not get included in that tornado warning. The only community on the map that's there is Sam Norwood. If you're from Sam Norwood, though,
so there might be a lake at the bottom
east
of
and
this.
northeast in rural Collingsworth County, that's where we're going to have to watch out for that hail and see what that rotation does. Again, it's still pretty sizable, just not quite as compact, not quite as intense as we had a few minutes ago when we were seeing our images look like we had some kind of tornadic activity. I'll be and you can also be watching our feed coming in. That's live video of the same storm and in the same place. So, if you can wait on the lightning, you can watch and every now and then get a glimpse of what the storm looks like.
So, Dave, in addition to the tornado potential, still potential for large hail, according to the Weather Service, potentially tennis ball size.
Okay. Weather Service just kind of continuing information as far as the hail threat, not backing down on the size. Still up to tennis ball size. So that's around Sam Norwood right now, making a little progress. If you're up at Shamrock, I still think, you know, some rain and a little bit, some smaller size hail, but nothing like we're getting down here. So down Highway 83, around Sam Norwood, now crossing just to the east of Sam Norwood. I would imagine the place continues to get pounded by hail. Down towards Wellington, you can see that the entire storm now is off to your north. So if you're at Wellington, we'll just kind of write this one off. If you're in Shamrock, I think we might get a little secondary storm in here with some rain, some lightning. Doesn't look like it has the hail potential and not the rotation either. Sam Norwood, we need another frame or two, another 10 minutes or so. We'll have the hail off of you and the rotation moving a little further off to the east. And then we'll be setting our sights on the northeast part of Collingsworth County and near I-40 and the state line. You'll be down there at Texola, the state line. Might be in line for some of the heavier rain and some of the hail. I'll check the latest on our rotating map. There's the latest scan you see right there. Still have that couplet. And by the way, notice that video, some kind of little appendage there. Not sure we can call that a funnel. It looks kind of suspicious there to me, but certainly the area to watch. So based on what we have from our storm intercept crew out there feeding back information, this rotation on radar, we need to continue the tornado precautions there around Sam Norwood. Here's the latest. Quail, happy to announce, I think you're now in the clear. You can safely come out of your tornado safe space, start assessing the damage there. I'm sure we had a lot of hail track right across there. Again, Wellington, you're in pretty good shape there. This storm moving off to the northeast. Pretty much past Sam Norwood now and heading over towards Texola. So I'm going to check on the time here. What time? 9:48. Okay. We do have the 10 o'clock news coming up. Of course, we'll pick that up if we don't have tornadoes on the ground. I'll probably stay on now until news time, just so we can track this tornado warning, unless it happened to be discontinued or expired or something like that. I'm going to back out just a little bit, and there we go. After tracking multiple severe storms earlier on this first alert night, we've kind of condensed it down to that one severe supercell, but it's been the strongest of the night. I think we can probably say we had at least some intermittent tornado activity from that, especially around the community of Quail. Haven't had reports of damage or certainly not any kind of casualties as far as people being injured or anything like that. But we still have a tornado warning for that storm, and looking at the latest, it continues to make a little progress. Sam Norwood, the hail should be wrapping up if it hasn't already done so, and things are looking better. Still close enough to that rotation that I wouldn't give you the green light to come out of shelter just yet. But what we're going to focus now, this is pretty much where the News Channel 10 viewing area ends, right there at the Oklahoma border. So we do have some pretty heavy rain getting up into the southeastern part of Wheeler County. Shamrock, you've had some rain and probably some hail, but now that's going to be off to the east. Dayberry Road out that way, and then towards the state line, heavy rain and some of the hail. Okay, here's the latest image on the top. Certainly looks interesting and something to track. That's the base of the storm. It doesn't look like it's as tight and compact and rotating like it was earlier. And earlier we even saw what looked to be, some kind of contact with the ground or something. Can't confirm that, but it sure looked like it. And that was a little bit earlier. So we're still watching that. South of Shamrock there, we also have Alex and Caleb in there. If they send us any reports, let us know. But so far, I think they're just mainly in some rain.
Sam Norwood.
That's south of Shamrock. So we're all comes down to this part of the storm there. History of golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Let's see if we have the latest rotation. There we go. Looks like we're now east of 83. So if you're in Sam Norwood, that's really, really good news. I think the likelihood of any tornado in Sam Norwood is going down rapidly based on both the visuals we have there that don't look quite as imminent or quite as daunting, and also based on radar, which shows the rotation not quite as strong, not quite as compact, and moving a little further east from Highway 83. The Weather Service is continuing the tornado warning, but it's kind of the last storm I think we're going to track tonight as far as severe weather is concerned. As I zoom further and further out, yeah, there's the tornado warning, but it's kind of the only storm left. before I come back and we'll look at the latest. Tomorrow, I need to just bring you up to date on this. We're going to watch the wind come out of the west. It's going to be strong at times. The humidity is dropping down. Kind of hard to believe that we're going to go from tracking rain and hail and tornadoes back to a wildfire risk for most of us tomorrow. Red flag warnings are in effect for tomorrow. I'll have more on that coming up on the news at 10. Let's get back to tracking our storms. Last tornado warning of the day, hopefully, in the eastern part of the area. There it is, yeah, making a little more progress. Latest scan right there. We still have a couplet, a rotation, not quite as classic, not quite as strong, and also now east of Highway 83. So I think we'll go ahead and we can probably clear Sam Norwood from the tornado threat. Some good news. Let's check the, well, here's the latest, yeah, on the storm itself. Okay, I'm going the wrong way here. I'll zero in on track the motion of the storm. There it was, right there. So there we go. Okay, there's the hail now. Looks like that's probably wrapped up at Sam Norwood. Good news. So just to back you up on what we've had, from Quail up to Sam Norwood, we've had a devastating swath, it looks like, of golf ball to tennis ball size hail, maybe even bigger in there. But that has now cleared Highway 83. It's cleared Sam Norwood. It's cleared Shamrock, and I think you guys can rest easy now. If you need to get the kids in bed or whatever, we can probably do that. I don't think we'll have a repeat of what's going on right now. But we still have to follow the storm into the northeastern part, Hollingsworth County. Any rural interests in farming, ranching, businesses, any rural interests farm off to the east. Okay, Alex just came through Sam Norwood. I think they're on the back edge of the hail. So they're getting quarters there, quarter-size hail. So I think that the larger hail has pushed on off to the east. Still might be looking at golf balls there. The storm, as far as the shape of it, doesn't look quite as dangerous. And I think the rotation also doesn't look quite as dangerous. I'm really glad that we've got this away from our towns there, Shamrock, Sam Norwood, and Quail, and Wellington. But once again, sometimes we say, well, it's out in open country. And what we have to remember is we have a lot of our viewers that live in open country. So that doesn't mean we're downplaying it. Again, off to the east of Sam Norwood there, if you got a farm or a ranch or a business, any kind of interest out there, this is still a destructive storm. We still have a tornado warning on it. We still have the likelihood of maybe golf ball to a few tennis balls as far as destructive hail is concerned. The trend is good that it's moving northeast away from Highway 83. The intensity may have dropped just a little bit, but it's still severe, and we still have that tornado warning. That's the red box. I think we can clear Sam Norwood now. And, the Weather Service here in a few minutes will update that warning area. They'll trim it down a little bit based on the motion of the storm, which is still about 40 miles per hour. So we're down now to this northeast quadrant of Hollingsworth County with that hail threat and any kind of rotation. We'll check the latest on that. Our intercept crews, by the way, still watching it out there to the east. Not seeing indications of tornadoes right now.
Couplets just to our
again, if we look at the storm and we track the rotation.
to our northeast.
Still there, it
4
looks like
miles.
the organization of the storm
To our northeast.
is not quite as solid, a little disorganized. What's
Can we call?
That's right. We're just coordinating with some of our intercept crews out there. We just heard from one around Sam Norwood with quarter-size hail, not really in the big hail core, but our other storm intercept crew out there that's been near the rotations and the lowerings and maybe potentially tornadic activity. And we're checking with him, kind of get the latest. Again, we got 10 o'clock news coming up here in just a few minutes. Lindsay's already in position. She'll take over to start the news here in just a few minutes. What we will do is, in fact, you know what? I'm gonna kind of sign off from just my on-air coverage. I've got to get a few things ready for the 10 o'clock news. If you're online, you can continue to watch this. You'll see the radar You can track, you can watch our intercept crews. I'll be on to start the news here in just a few minutes, and I'll be right back here on this continuous stream. So either stay with us on the stream, catch us on TV, but we'll have you covered. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
We've got a strong rotation right to our right.
Oh, it's our right?
Yeah, see.
Oh, I thought you said. I thought you were.
I meant.
Well, hello. I don't think we've been live tonight on our side. Hope everyone's having a good evening. We drove through Sam Norwood. It looked like quarter size, hell, maybe $50, but there were lots of it.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy.
Let's go.
And so yeah, so now we're kind of sitting here right outside of town, looking for some lowerings and stuff. We've got some rotation about 4 miles to our east, so we're using the lightning to try to see if we can see anything.
The issue we have is the only east road that we have dead ends. So let's see here. What's this? What's that? Oh, I don't know. I'm just talking to the people.
Yeah, we're talking to the people.
We may have a funnel here. I just there. I'm rolling on it because they don't have our feed full. I really thought I saw a funnel
right there.
Yeah, I'm right at I'm on 83 in the highway Sam Norwood. I really saw a funnel. I don't know if you had.
Let me get my camera out. Hold on.
It was very briefly.
Is this where you're pointing right in here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud there.
Folks, getting report.
Look.
You're around Sam. Okay, I think I see the funnel right there. So let's be watching right in here, and at the same time, we got Alex and we got Caleb out there. When you guys listen in, you want to give me kind of a play-by-play where you are and what you're seeing out there?
So yes, we are on Highway 83.
Again, it looks like
just
we probably
to the
have
east
it. Probably
of Sam Norwood.
Okay.
We had a really defined funnel a little bit ago. It's kind of gone back up just a little bit, but it's very difficult to see with the light. Yeah. No, it was a lot more defined.
Yeah, it was like that last one. Like the
All right, friends, man, turned into a crazy night. We have a current tornado warning. This is out in Collingsworth County near Sam Norwood. Our intercept crews are out here and they're tracking what looks to be continued funnel activity. We'll be having them report to us here during the event as long as we have that. I wanted to show you, let's come back to radar here. And what we have is a storm that has a history of tennis ball size hail and sporadic tornadic activity. We've had some kind of reports of unofficial reports around Quail and then off to the east of Sam Norwood of some kind of tornadic activity. We still have this tornado warning. If you're in Sam Norwood, it's past you and moving to the northeast. Some good news there. If you're in Shamrock, it's well to your south and moving to the northeast. So we don't have it aimed at any big communities, but any rural interest there off to the east of Shamrock, Sam Norwood, up to about the county line and the state line need to be in shelter for the possibility of continued tornadic activity. Tornado warning continues there. We'll be back in a few minutes. Again, we'll have radar. We'll have report from our intercept crews out there, the latest information on that tornado warning. Right now, let's send it over to Lindsay.
I need a reposition.
We'll move up a little bit.
Yeah. even though that road dead's in, I still need to get east. Yeah, I definitely saw a defined funnel, like just a perfect V shape, and then it just like that went back up. The issue.
So this junction up here, it dead ends?
Yes, this road. What is this? 1439. Go east on 1439. It was just there for a second, and then it was on.
And that was gone.
The issue with that is, like, if we go east,
Because that's going northeast.
oh yeah, I can. Turn into J4, which is semi-terrifying.
Why is that terrifying?
It's probably a dirt road.
Oh, I got you.
Let's turn the camera around. Face it the right way. That is looking to the east. Alright.
I think this is your road right here. Okay, we're still on the stream.
We are heading east on 1439 right now. Just got off Highway 83. We're pretty much middle of nowhere.
We're heading east of Sam Norwood.
This town's probably not big enough for it. I'm still tracking it. It's I turned it off and I turned it back on.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
It's yeah. It defaults to the nearest big city, so it's probably Shamrock that's showing up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything right now.
It's loosened up quite a bit, but it could be cycling too.
It's still got a healthy core to it. Alright, we'll see where this road takes us.
Until it ends.
just connection. We're in a spotty area. It's going to be more that way now.
Yeah, that's where I was pointing at. See, like
Yeah,
right in
right there.
here. It's still low, man. It's. Look at that.
Yeah.
Go get low.
Why is it every time when we pass trees, that's when the lightning illuminates?
Right. Watering things and okay, we're full frame.
Okay, perfect.
Cool. Hi, Mom.
Let's
So
see here.
that's still it's a good.
It's been a long day.
Yes. We've been everywhere.
So we started out in Childress, hung out there for a while, waiting for storms of fire, and then we ended up going towards Wellington, and then made it all the way up to Eric. Then we dropped back south out of Eric back to Wellington, and at that point we were up to Shamrock. Oh, okay. Oh, he's doing his teams. I thought you took over.
No, PTs
So yeah,
do.
we've been pretty much everywhere on the eastern half, between basically Shamrock to Wellington.
Yeah. And back again.
Let's see here. You can see the base of the storm. You can kind of zoom in, Caleb.
All
Just
right.
a little bit. Looks nice. Right there. Just a little bit.
There you
Zoom out just a tad bit.
go. There we go. So that's the area we'll watch. So if there is any, more tornadic activity, we'll be able to hopefully see it. Still looks fairly healthy. Oh, we're back.
And we're back.
Yeah, sorry, we're in no man's land. So time we go into one of these gullies. Yeah, up. Okay. Chaser Central. At least one of them was wearing a reflective vest.
Yeah. That's a good structure.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty. Too bad it's dark. Is this the end?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now we can watch it.
And watch it tighten back up. Did we take a dirt road?
With your look on those, maybe no. Just kidding.
Yeah.
We actually have a really good viewpoint of it right now, especially if we're on top of this hill. Get out and snap some photos.
Man,
that was
what a
beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful CG. Oh, wow, look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad road. Okay, we're gonna go this way.
All right.
Yeah, this will be a good spot right in here. Oh, there she was. There she was. Oh, this way.
Is there
Right here.
to the right? Just yeah, right there.
There she is.
Ooh, what was that?
Let me get my camera out. Watch out for snakes.
Okay, someone's on a mic. I'm hearing something about their hair being frozen. People are going down that road. Is that... It's still tornado warned. Looks like it was still a tornado warning. At 10:14, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Texola. Hazard, tornado.
Well, some good news is we're finally getting some moisture in the area, but bad news, it's coming with some bumps. I
Exactly.
guess.
Yeah. If you got rain tonight, you probably got other things too that you didn't want. First alert. It's been a busy one. Let's take a look at the latest. We're about to wrap up this event, but it's been going strong the last several hours. Good old classic dry line setup. We're going to see this periodically as we get further through March, April, May, June. It's kind of starting early, but this is a separation between very dry air and then very humid air. If you're on the east side of that boundary, you have to watch out. That's where you're at least in an environment that storms are likely. We still have a tornado watch. A lot of the counties have been discontinued, so we're really down to just Hemp Hill, Wheeler, and Collingsworth County tornado watch. We've got one last storm, but we still have a tornado warning on that storm for parts of Wheeler and Collingsworth counties. The good news is it's just almost out of our area, but not quite yet. Notice that purple, that's still probably golf ball plus maybe tennis ball size hail approaching Texola right there on the state line at I-40. So still could have some destructive hail for Shamrock. Looks like it's wrapping up Sam Norwood, Quail, Wellington, where the weather's been so active and probably destructive down around Quail and Sam Norwood. We can give you the green light. Storms have moved out. The rotation nowhere near as impressive as it was earlier. So I think the threat of any more tornadoes in our area pretty well wrapping up, and things are winding down. Just need about another 20 minutes. That storm will be out of our area. What happens the rest of the night and tomorrow? Well, the storms move out. Tomorrow, though, we have some other headaches. It's going to come with a wind shift out of the west and pretty strong. 20 to 30 will probably gust 40, even 45 to 50 in the northwestern part of the area. Back to that dry line, that beautiful moisture that came in today is just going to get pushed out of here and replaced with very dry conditions. I think the relative humidity tomorrow goes down below 10%, like 8%. So we still have all the dead vegetation, not that much of our area. Got rain tonight. We still have a lot of dead grass out there, a lot of fuel. And as we get that dry wind blowing across the area, the threat of wildfires is going to go way up very rapidly. So we won't be tracking tornadoes tomorrow, but we might be tracking wildfires and might continue first alert for a different reason. Red flag warnings for most of the area where that wind is going to be strongest. So that does include Amarillo. Let's say the western 2/3 of the area into New Mexico. It's just a day that we'll really have to be cautious with anything that might initiate a wildfire, because if a fire does start tomorrow, it'll be tough to contain and could spread rapidly. We've already had several episodes of that so far this season. So that's what we're tracking for tomorrow. Here's your 7-day supercast. I haven't been able to show this much because I've been tracking so many storms, but tomorrow we get the wind. It'll be a warm day, 72, but we got the fire danger. For your weekend, a little cold front comes in on Saturday. It won't be a return to winter time, but cooler. We're down about 15 degrees. Saturday, the cooler day of the weekend at 57. Sunday, we warm things back up, 74 degrees. So that'll be the warmer day of the weekend, a little bit of a breeze. Monday and Tuesday, we're back up around 80. Now, fortunately, it doesn't look like the wind is going to get out of hand on those days, so that might reduce the fire threat. We'll keep an eye on that. Another minor front Wednesday, 68. Thursday, we're at 70. So after tonight, doesn't look like we have any first alert situations for next week. Once again, we keep an eye on that wildfire threat for tomorrow. I'll recap at the end of the news. We'll see if that last storm is getting out of here. Right now, though, I think Maya's got some sports loaded up for us. Go ahead, Maya.
Thank you, Dave.
Hello, everybody.
We're seeing these people try this county road and they're just U-turning.
Yeah, they go and they start slipping and sliding and then they turn around. It's pretty funny. I could tell by looking at the road it was a bad road.
So we're just watching this base pretty much enter Oklahoma right now. We are on 1439, kind of between Sam Norwood, Texola, kind of just in the middle of nowhere. Let's see here. Looks like they continue that tornado warning into Oklahoma. Radar indicated for golf ball side hell.
There's a post right there.
Let's see here. What's that?
So that's the post that I kept getting.
Yeah.
Oh, look at on the edge over there.
Which way? Oh yeah, it's right where the post is. Hang on.
It's to the left.
Yeah, hang on.
There might be a little lowering. We're gonna check it out. Let's see.
Where is it?
It was to the left of the post. Let's see. Of course, that area is dark.
Yeah.
Too much light contamination. I can't get a good exposure.
Yeah, no.
Right there.
Yeah.
Just a little nub.
All right. I think Dave's gonna. Man, it is just a circus out here. I'll show camera. It's just a circus out here.
Look, there's someone right outside your door.
Oh.
I don't know if you can see me.
Hi.
Have you seen anybody else going that way?
Oh, I've seen several people go that way.
There's that road, and if it's wet,
Oh yeah, I see
Oh,
them.
yeah.
They're coming right back.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
Yeah. That's why all these people are coming back.
I'm gonna go down
What's
there
up?
anyway.
Not much.
Yeah.
Did y'all see the tornado?
Not the one in Quail?
Yeah.
No, we weren't.
That thing dropped probably about 2 miles from us.
Wow. Yep, we know. We're live right now, so we're
Yeah, I still got the feed
Yep.
for NewsChannel too. We're trying to figure out an alternate way to get out of here.
yeah, you're gonna have to go either. I mean,
We have to go back
back
and
to
then.
Shamrock or south. At this point, might as well go up to Shamrock to I-40
Yeah, it's
if you're going to continue on. No, I was watching what I was going to say. That guy, I guess he's a property owner or something.
Yeah. He's over here. That's a bad road. Don't take that road. Yeah. I think.
What?
They were celebrating. They said they got a tornado. The Twitter pictures weren't great.
It's going further and further away.
Yeah, it's also loosening up, I think. Yeah.
I think Dave maybe, when he comes back, maybe wrapping up the stream. Not sure yet.
We can head on home.
This is pretty much the only thing in our
Oh,
viewing
look.
area.
It's a cemetery.
Yep. Yep. Let's see here.
What
We
is?
were more
what is-
awake earlier.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There's just an unfortunate placement where we were. We didn't see any, I mean, we couldn't see anything. It was just all precip. Let me move forward.
Yeah, because you move up a little bit. I'll snap a few more pictures. Maybe we'll get a ghost.
All right.
Man, it's so muggy out here, though. It's crazy.
It feels muggy, but the car says 64. Let's see here. Okay then. You know, there's a road right there to our left.
I hope he doesn't get his mom's minivan stuck.
Now he's tailgating someone.
Gotta take it to the extreme. That's what we gotta do.
Oh my gosh. That's a bit excessive. Getting a Jeep and decking it all out.
I bet he could go
Light
down that
bar.
road. We should see. We should get him to try. Oh, beautiful. It's a very nice CG.
It's gonna be a long drive home.
Yep.
Alright, well, not bad for the first chase of the year.
No.
It's better than a few years ago.
The blue sky bust.
I was with Tanner. And blue sky. It was my first blue sky bust. I think that was like 23.
Yeah, sounds right.
I'm not backing up. So, where was that?
That was the
Yeah, sure enough.
Yep.
Let's see here. Looks like Texola, you're right in the middle of everything. So that's it.
Yep. That's all, folks.
Okay. All right. Time to head back.
Yep. Time to head back. Oh.
You're good. Did you try? No. Oh yeah. Yeah. We shot north out of Wellington, and we couldn't see it. The preset. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, we saw the picture, the one near Quell. Yeah. So. Yeah. Hey, not bad for March.
Yeah.
All right. Pennsylvania. All right. That's it.
Yeah. We've made lots of friends tonight. Sheriffs and nice community people that are
people
big.
from Amarillo checking their hunting lodges and hunting cabins. That's what I meant to say.
Lots of people that are viewers, and we'll give a shout out to because they like to watch.
There you go. You can see the inside camera.
There we go.
So, yeah.
Oh, look, we're in black and white.
Black and white.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Sheldon had a lot of the action tonight.
Yeah. It was just it was an interesting setup. It was just kind of all over the place. So. Hey guys, thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Stay safe. Bye, Mom.
My wife's asleep, so.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
All right, friends, really appreciate you being with us here tonight. We're about to wrap up this latest First Alert event. And just to, kind of refresh your memory, First Alert means that we get the whole team engaged, tracking all the dangers out there to give you the information that you need. You'll have meteorologists here tracking on radar. We've got our crews out in the field. We've got a whole team of people that support getting out that information. So that's what we've been doing here tonight. This one is wrapping up pretty rapidly. We're down to just a couple of counties left in our tornado watch, but the storms are pretty well moving out. The last tornado warning that we had has expired early, so we don't have any tornado warnings. We have this last severe storm from Texola over to Kelton in Wheeler County, about to cross over into Oklahoma. Still might have, quarter to golf ball hail sporadically in there. That's probably high end, but our main concern would be around Kelton and then the state line. And within 20, 30 minutes, this is going to be out of here, out of our viewing area. So that's going to wrap up our continuous stream of information. We do that every time we have a severe weather event, when we get the continuous stream going on Facebook, on social media, on our website. That means you can track along with us no matter where you are. We send it out to our field units, get information from them, do updates when we go on TV. We incorporate all of that into continuous information until the threat winds down like it is right now. So if you've been in our online audience, we're going to go ahead and stop that continuous stream right now. We'll see you next time the weather turns rough.